questions you can hear but somebody, I think a lot of immigrants previously came here, like my family, which is Irish, and from there and stuff. We were fairly obsessed with things in Ireland, even to the point of, supporting the IRA, which was a terrorist organization, obviously, because of the Irish efforts to get free. I guess what surprises me is that Michigan and Texas could go for a guy that's been so cruel to other Mexican Americans trying to get him. I guess that's a part I don't get. Is it let's pull up the ladder, we're here, and the hell with them, or what?
So there's a growing body of research that's really looking at Latino identity. You see the same thing within the Asian Pacific Islander community as well. And there's a certain segment of immigrant communities that is, the longer that they are here in the U.S., the more that they come to believe that to be pro-American is to be conservative, particularly in a rural part of the country or a conservative state like Texas.
Yeah.
So what happens then is that for much of these communities,
expert in what's called trial science. Figuring out what to say to the jury is what I do. Oh man, talk about pressure.
Now he's back to take on the toughest cases in the world.
That's what turns him on.
His intuition,
We will track down every piece of evidence.
is all that matters.
What are you going to do?
We're going to trial.
Michael Weatherly is Bull, Monday 10/9 Central on CBS.
Heard from James White representing the offensive side of the football for the Patriots after their win last night. We'll connect up with Dietrich Wise in just a couple of minutes. Probably safe to say that White was happier with how his part of the team performed than Dietrich will be about how his part of the team performed.
I would say so. Although Weiss had a nice sack on Joe Flacco, so he did have that going for him. So individually, that's good. But
And he had to get off the field quickly. There was a weird thing, like he sacked him and then they changed personnel and he's like sprinted off like it was part of the celebration.
Yep, for sure.
Well, it looked good to me. I mean,
Hey, anytime you sack the quarterback, especially for those guys,
yes.
I remember Rosie Colvin used to always say, I don't care if he trips down, I'm going to be the first person there to touch him and get credit for that sack.
So
do whatever you have to
contract
do.
here, it'll look pretty good.
All of those things
Chicks
work
dig
for
the
you.
long ball and they dig sacks too.
The same way?
Probably not. Let's be careful. And I don't really know if I'm supposed to use that phrase. It was a phrase in the 90s during the home run era.
Tackling the quarterback
Yes.
is what you're talking about.
What do you think I'm talking about?
I'm not sure.
Sacks?
Like most days, not sure.
That's fair.
Things
Speaking
work.
of, I'm not sure who they're talking about while we wait for Dietrich Wise. 2 hours ago, Patrick Chung said, let the fools talk.
That's probably us.
13. Well, that's what I said. I actually responded to him and said, maybe I have a guilty conscience. I feel like you're talking to me.
Thanks for tuning in, Patrick.
And then 13 minutes ago, perfection is impossible, people. LOL, what is wrong with y'all? Well, I think he's basically saying
Patrick
we
again?
won. Yes,
Yeah.
Patrick Chung. We won.
Former friend of
And
the
from
show.
a player perspective, I understand that mentality.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I asked James. You've lost 4 in a row. You don't want to lose 5 in a row. As Rich says, you don't lose 5 in a year usually, let alone 5 in a row. You're
not
just
used to it.
happy to get the win.
Right, but we're not players.
No, we're not.
We're outside of that realm. We're
not.
analyzing. And I always laugh when you have guys like Teddy Bruschi or guys that were saying the right thing as players. Media,
they're like,
they admit to you, like, remember the 07 season when Michael Gee, Boston Herald, wrote that they should lose a game to take the pressure off? And everybody mocked him.
Oh, yeah.
Then after the season, Teddy Bruschi was like, whew, that pressure, December, boy, did it start to...
Maybe lost the game. You're like, wait a minute.
Wait, we all thought it. The media guy said that everybody mocked him. Different view.
I was
And
still mocking that.
it was more media people mocking the media guy than it was the players mocking the media guy.
That's the beauty of us.
We turn on each other.
Turn on the players, we turn on each other. It is what it is.
Joining us on the Harbor One hotline is Patriots defensive lineman Dietrich Wise. Dietrich is brought to you by Botella Lumber and Wilmington Builders Supply, your local Anderson Windows dealers, and by Zudi. Build any app for your company that your company needs in a week. Visit Zudi.com for details. Good afternoon, Dietrich. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How you doing today?
Doing fine, thank you. I just asked your teammate James White this question a moment ago. I'm curious to get your take. Now that the 4-game losing streak is snapped and you got the win, are you one of those, thank God, a win is a win is a win, or are you already saying, ooh, that didn't look as good as I'd like it to?
Well, we're always grateful to get a win, definitely in this league, because any given Sunday, anybody can win a game. So we're definitely excited about this win, but we'll move forward to the next week we're happy that we got the win against the Jets, but now we're moving forward with the Ravens.
Is Mekhi Becton the biggest guy you've ever played against? And if not, I would love to know who is.
Trenton Brown is the biggest guy I've ever played against.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's pretty big, but it's very close though.
We were joking about it before you came on. You got a sack last night. You got to the quarterback. Is there any better feeling in the world for a football player in your position, your job, than getting to the quarterback?
That's one of the best feelings. Just the joyful feeling that you feel once you hit the quarterback with the ball in his hand is something that can't be matched.
Dietrich, as you guys look at film, as you break things down, what do you think are the issues your defense is facing, particularly stopping the other team's running games right now?
Well, it just comes down to just doing our job, play in and play out. We need to continue doing our job, continue doing our fundamentals, lean on our techniques that we do in practice, and the more we do things consistently over and over again, it'll help build confidence and help plays be better.
And circling back to Andy's question about hitting the quarterback, over the last several years, there's been rule changes about how you guys can hit the quarterback. And I'm wondering just how challenging is that? Because even if he has the ball, like a late hit, everybody understands a late hit, you can't do that. But you can't go high, you can't go low, you can't kind of go anywhere helmet to helmet. It seems like there's a lot of rules in place preventing you guys from hitting the quarterback. How challenging is that?
The only way to hit the quarterback really is to pick him up, lay him down softly, put a pillow on his head, and then put a blanket over him. That's how they're treated nowadays. But it has some difficulties. Definitely running full speed at a quarterback, being able to hit him certain ways. Being able to hit him in certain ways, something like that.
Yeah. Obviously, you respect every opponent you go up against, every quarterback, every tackle. But the guy you'll be facing this week, Lamar Jackson, a little bit of a different beast. And I wonder, as a pass rusher, do you ever fear a guy embarrassing you? Because he has that kind of video game-like ability.
No, I never fear. I never had fear of embarrassment. I feel like there's some great players out there. As long as we're both giving out, as long as me and myself, I'm giving my best effort, and he makes a play on me, and just salute to him, and we keep moving.
Talking to Dietrich Wise of the New England Patriots, as you look forward to Baltimore this weekend, and as Andy said, you've got a very unique quarterback problem facing you. What are the things that your defense will have to focus on to keep him in check?
Well, we have to continue working on stopping the run, and then contain this quarterback, put pressure in the pocket.
Dietrich, we appreciate the time, and thank you for filling in today, by the way, for Lawrence Guy, who I think has got more injuries on the injury report than any human I've ever seen.
This is the name of the game, man. He can get you to every now and then, but he's a soldier. He'll do that for them.
Good luck, and I hope you get that feeling that you like so much on Sunday night.
I know, hope so too.
Thanks, Dietrich. We'll see. Dietrich Wise joining us, filling in for Lawrence Guy.
He can embarrass you.
And oh, by the way,
but if you're a defensive lineman, can you think that way? I mean, can you go all out if you're worried? Oh God, what's he going to do to me?
But in the back of your mind, because you could get a clean shot at him. Say you do the best move in the world, and a spin move on the tackle or whatever, and there you are, open field, you and Lamar Jackson, and he does like a left-right thing, and you fall down. Yeah, and you wouldn't be the first guy, and you wouldn't be the last guy. But there you are. Now
you're the guy this weekend who did that. Did the little spin move, went into the end zone. It was like, whoa! And the poor defensive back, it was on a run.
Was it Jake Luton? The Jaguars guy did a spin move. That was a little bit slower than Lamar's, but still.
Yeah, you can get. I go back to, I think it was last year, Milano, the linebacker for the Bills, inside the red zone, had him. He was and it's like, where'd he go?
What happened?
Like, you literally, you know how they mock, like, oh, you're going to be hugging yourself? He can make you do that. He can make you wrap your arms around yourself, fall down, worse than J.C. Jackson did, trying to make, in coverage. Like,
and worse than being on SportsCenter or on Twitter, you're going to be in the film room on Monday, and Belichick's going to be like, hey, let's draw the play here. I'm going to pick a random play. Oh, here it is. What happened? And you're just like, your shoes fly off. And
I'll tell you what happened, Coach. He's one of the best damn athletes on the planet. leverage and inside contain and left
These
arm
guys,
free.
I'm
He's a
telling you.
freak.
Kyler Murray did it to Kyle Van Noy this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and somebody else did
Revenge
it
tour.
to Kyle Van Noy earlier in the year. Was it Josh Allen? Somebody else
Yeah, it was.
danced him. Like,
That
absolutely
Allen
danced
ran
him.
right over.
Oh, that's right. He trucked him.
I'd rather get trucked.
Not by a quarterback.
I would rather
Oh,
get
would.
trucked by Derrick Henry.
Yeah, I'd rather get trucked by anybody. I'd
Although
rather
Josh
get trucked.
Allen at least is a big quarterback.
Yes.
Big fella.
But at least they'll
if he's gonna
trip on me.
truck you.
I don't want a guy that we're in a phone booth. I'm within
Yeah.
arm's distance, and then he's 17 yards downfield dancing in the end zone.
But a Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Kyler Murray, 3 straight games. There's a chance that a few
Dietrich.
defenders are going to look a little
Dietrich.
foolish.
Chase. Yeah, ironically, man, Chase Winovich.
Correct. You might be doing a little bit of that.
There are a bunch of those kinds of quarterbacks now.
More and more.
Oh my God! Yeah.
It's the trend.
Tom Brady is the dodo bird.
I will say,
yeah.
That is on its way
And
up.
Drew Brees.
I want to do that
slightly
alone.
more prepared just because they see it a little bit on the practice field. They've seen it on the training camp field with Cam. Cam's going to run. Different beast.
I think that because the style of running is different. Like,
Yeah, but at least he runs. Like, the old guy just stood there. So you never, you could have put a cone in the backfield. And by the old guy, I mean either Brady or even like Hoyer when he's on the practice field. At least now Cam Newton might dipsy-do you, and you go over and you're like, oh, yeah,
no,
you got me.
that part of it's true because normally you're like, hey, if I can't get past the tackle after a few seconds, the ball's out anyway. It's like,
Right.
well, now the ball's not out and you're chasing the guy.
Yes, a guy who you can't catch.
No.
This is kind of a sad thing. It's almost like when mom and dad are fighting. We've had some dispute within the family here at Sports Radio, which means Keith's got a bone to pick.
Got a bone to pick.
It's coming up next. Dale and Keith with Hart. We'll hear the Alex Cora press conference at the bottom of the hour here on Sports Radio WEEI.
It's Patriots Monday on EEI. Still to come, more Dale and Keith. You're listening to Patriots Monday. This is EEI.
When was the last time your heart raced a little? If you can't remember, it's time for an Audi. Audi Warwick has an exceptional selection, like the A4 sedan and family-friendly Q5 SUV. Need even more thrill? Experience our S-Line and Sport models. As 11-time Magna Award winners, we'll get your heart racing again. Plus, enjoy pickup and delivery of your Audi, roadside assistance within 30 minutes, and complimentary loaners. See our new 20 and 21 models at AudiWarwick.com, Rhode Island's premier Audi dealer.
Factory Carpet Outlet is proud to be your local shop flooring network retailer, and we're here to help you find the perfect floor for your home. Have pets, kids, or a house full of both? We've got you covered with exceptional carpet, exquisite hardwood, and waterproof LVT. Hurry in to Factory Carpet Outlet located on Eston Avenue in Pawtucket and save up to $1,000 on select styles from Cortec and Shaw Floors during our beautiful fall sale. Visit us online at factorycarpetoutlet.com.
For a personalized, family-oriented financial experience, visit St. Dominic's Federal Credit Union in Swansea. Come utilize their services in branch or online, wherever, whenever, and for whatever your needs are. Use their mobile app to check balances, view transactions, transfer funds, and pay bills. Deposit checks with remote deposit capture. Introduce your family to the St. Dominic's family, or visit them online at sdfcreditunion.org. At St. Dominic's, their members are their family. Membership eligibility required.
Hi, this is Jim Langway from Langway Toyota and Langway Nissan of Newport. The truth is, every new car dealership pays the exact same price for their inventory. The only difference is which dealer wants your business the most. Please bring us your best offer before you buy, and I will personally do everything possible to earn your business. I am at the dealership 6 days per week to ensure you receive the best possible purchase experience. With over 10 acres of inventory and over 40 service bays, we are your obvious choice.
Langway Nissan and Langway Toyota of Newport. Route 138, Newport.
Hi, it's Joe Giacalone, owner of Arch Painting, and we've just made it even easier to get your free painting estimate. Introducing the Arch Painting mobile app. No more calling contractors, leaving messages, trying to schedule an appointment, and wasting time waiting at home. The Arch Painting app lets you submit an estimate request on your time and without anyone going to your home. Just download the app, take a few pics, submit your project, and get your free estimate within 48 hours. So if you ever wondered how much it would cost to paint your home, download the brand new Arch Painting mobile app and give it a try. It's 100% free and super easy. Plus, you save a ton of time and hassle. So what are you waiting for? Someone to go to your house? No. Download our free app, take a few pics, and get a quote. It's that easy. Arch Painting, your vision comes alive.
It's no crime to love true crime. In fact, you're
not alone with your fascination for murder and mayhem. That's why the Radio.com app has a wide range of true crime at your fingertips, like the popular podcast Up and Vanished, The Clearing, Most Notorious, Southern Fried True Crime, and so much more. All available 24/7 and all just a click away. When it comes to true crime, Radio.com has it locked on. Radio.com on your desktop or download the free app.
It's open.
I have a secret, but you have to promise not to tell anyone. Don't tell me.
It's the return of the CBS original comedy series. It's never shown this spot in the perfect place.
No, you have no idea what's marrying a Nigerian woman entails. The process will be very stressful.
Because I'm a white guy?
It does not help.
The It's Never Shown season premiere. Monday, 8:30, 7:30 Central on CBS.
If your car won't start, it might be a battery issue. Visit AutoZone for free battery testing, free battery charging, and a huge selection of car batteries starting at $79.99. It's just part of what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Advance is helping you get your engine ready for the road this holiday season with the right oil, the right filter, at the right price every day. Get 5.
My tweet and says, no such thing. To which I would argue, last night was. So yes, there is such a thing. And I just think from the player's perspective, which Christian Fourier can give us as a long NFL career that he had, there's no such thing as a terrible win. I get it.
From a player's perspective, I get the thought.
But he's not a player anymore.
I was going to say,
I was never a player. As close as I may have gotten there, as a fan, I was and always will be a fan. As a fan, that was a terrible win. Because if you go 5-11 or 6-10, what does that do you? Did you really? Yeah, you have to celebrate that 6th win so much more. Whereas the guy ahead of you in the draft takes Trey Lance, or the guy ahead of you in the draft takes Justin Fields, for God's sakes. That's where you were. So to me, it's a terrible win, just as a draft part. Also, if you want to take the game itself, could have been looked at as a terrible win. Your defense gave up 27 points to the Jets and 3 passing touchdowns to Joe Flacco. So I was looking at it more so as a...
And thankfully, the Jets did Jets things.
Yes, they did.
A chance to win.
I looked at it more as a look at the draft board. It was a terrible win, but I think there are certainly some takeaways from the game itself that it was a terrible win. So there's no such thing. I completely disagree with, because I'm not a player. You aren't anymore a player. So, well, that's not really a felt like a shot. No, it's not. You really ever a player though? Yes.
Oh, like a shot. He's a hell of a player.
America's tight end too. You know, we called him Christian Scoring.
Yeah,
he scored so many touchdowns.
And he would jump in there and he'd spike the ball between his legs.
Yes. Then they started putting Vrabel in.
There were about 8 touchdowns that he should have had that Mike Vrabel got.
That's a low blow.
But you understand my point? Like, I think if any player says that, I get it. But
which is why I asked James White and Dietrich Wise that very question.
But I also feel like when we do our show, I'm guessing more non-players listen than players listen. And maybe more non-players see my tweets than do not. So I'm just speaking for the everyman. That's all I can do. That's all I am. Man of the people. Yeah. I make American That's what I am. That's what I care about. So that's the bottom line. Is I thought it was a terrible win, and you're really going to know this depending on how things go the rest of the way when the draft comes around. And if they're picking 10, and you said, well, they just lost that Jets game, they're picking 6, based on all the, there's going to be a bunch of teams lumped together.
And it wasn't a lot you were going to get either for Justin Fields.
No, but put yourself in a pretty good position.
There's an opportunity. Didn't we see it this postseason with the Celtics? Isn't there a certain sharpshooter on
our hero? Just one pick away. One pick.
You don't know it at the time, and now you have me concerned. Now I have to follow all the receivers that went behind N'Keal Harry. Now I have to follow everyone that goes ahead of whoever your first-round pick is this year, and just lament all the people you could have had and didn't have.
Because you are, as it turns out, so close to the Jets. The Jets are one of the worst teams the league has ever seen, and you are that close to them. I probably wouldn't have felt as strongly. I might not have said terrible win had you gone in there, beat them 35-7, move on. You're like, all right, they suck. Maybe you're going to pick something up. No, right. You are the Jets. You are essentially are the Jets right now. How far away are you from the Jets?
I don't know. That's the question I had going into last. Like, I think they're clearly ahead of the Jets.
They're better than the Jets.
Do you think there's no? Remember, better than the Jets.
That's it.
That's our T-shirt.
So they are. But
how much? You know the graph thing you use, and then when like the last point on the graph is so far away from all the other points, you do that little break symbol. I feel like there's a break symbol between 31 teams.
As I say, if the Jets are down here and the Chiefs are all the way up here.
Radio, I can't see.
I'm doing the up here.
I'm looking right at it.
We're on Twitch as well. I'm doing they're up here.
They're above my plexiglass.
Jets are down here. Patriots, much closer to the Jets. They're much closer. My own hands. Not yours now. But they're much closer to the bottom than they are to the top. That's the fact.
I think they're a long way. Not only are they a long way from the top, they're a long way from whatever group of teams in a couple of weeks we anoint as still Super Bowl contenders.
Starting from the top.
Oh, we already eliminated them. We did that last week.
I know. It's a long. Some of us, they're kind of where we thought they might be. Some of us, they've fallen from the AFC title race.
Some people did have that high.
Some, and I was pointing at you. Through the plexiglass, I can still see.
They are it is safe to say, isn't it, that they are a bottom 10 team in the NFL?
Well, sort of, except they now have the 13th pick in the draft, and I think that's Rich's point. Talent-wise, Dale, we didn't say that.
There's some ties.
All these ties, there's two good teams.
We actually have some stats that will help us out
in this conversation. Let's go to the graph desk with our very own Chris Sean.
So this is a graph retweeted out from Dale, thanks to one Ben Baldwin of The Athletic. This is a NFL team tiers, team strength measured on per-play basis, adjusted for scheduled phase, and the Patriots are sitting right nice and cozy at number 24.
24, that is a bottom third team in the NFL. Thank you very much, Chris.
Except number 5. They're rapidly. Men lie, women lie. Analytics don't. Yeah, they do.
Well, you can make them sick.
Take it through.
That's running back. I never said that.
We should probably trade for Matt Ryan as the quarterback. The analytics
You guys have yet? Okay, I cited 0 analytics. I cited box score. I'm surprised Andy didn't fall right line. Oh, it was a box score. Passing yards.
I just watched the game. Now, was that an Austrian or an Australian stat? Because you said they were not the same. What do you got?
Put it on yards is on
and that would be English.
Australia. How many passing meters do we have?
Oh, looks like it's a wallaby.
So, you know what they say about Walmart?
Watch out for the dingoes. They're the dingo HLB day.
Dale hates this horse. Down on the shot.
No, I thought of another question to ask Shine because I didn't see the chart that he referred to.
Boomerang Shine.
Was this after last night's magnificent victory? Or
Yes, it was. This was after last night.
These are updated analytics.
Magnificent.
So they probably moved up.
They actually, from what I remember, they've actually moved down.
Except they have the 13th pick, and you have them where they should have the 9th pick.
But the analytics don't.
We're listening to AB now?
Yeah, tough start for him and the team, but they'll bounce back.
Oh, that was Brady's. Or if the rest of the world did has their way. Bruce Arians.
He has no weapons on him.
Brady has found the way. When they win, it's all Brady. When they lose, it's all Bruce Arians.
Pretty good deal.
It's perfect.
Pretty good deal.
Now, I will say, he looks ridiculous, and it's easy to think he's the problem when he has, like, the strap with the little box and his headset and the mask.
Why is he holding all that equipment? You can't get him wireless, anything?
And he's like plugged into an outlet. Right, and you've watched a lot of football, high school, college, and pro.
All of it.
You ever seen anybody do that? No, because that's not pandemic related. You always had a headset. Why are you wearing it like you're Rambo with some extra ammo across your chest?
If you missed it, Bruce Arians was holding a surge protector with like 8 things plugged into it.
What is he doing? Put it down, Bruce. What is that about?
It's raining in there, Bruce. Come on.
That's way more ridiculous than Andy Reid's fogged up face mask. That was COVID related and weather related. Bruce Arians is doing something I've never seen a single football coach on the planet do for no reason.
But when he's wearing the Kangol hat, you can do it.
And when he's taking a sip of whatever hot alcohol you're going to get after the game. He likes to drink. What do you want me to tell you? So
Well, who doesn't? Rich had a bone to pick, and I'm glad we got it off his chest here. When we come back, somebody, and by the way, Andy's going to hate this, because there's somebody else out there who thinks an NFL team should trade for Bill Belichick.
Stole's idea. Stole's idea.
I'm going to say Andy's not going to love who this is. It's coming up next. Alex Moore at the bottom of the hour here on Sports Radio, WEEI.
3:40, Bill Belichick joins OM Astronaut is what's trending on WEEI.
Patriots overcame a 10-point deficit on their way to a 30-27 win over the Jets on Monday Night Football. Nick Folk kicked a 51-yard field goal as time expired. Cam Newton finished the night 274 yards passing and 2 rushing touchdowns. Can we give Nick Folk a little bit of credit too? Because isn't this going to hurt his supposedly that was a good one last night, and that's on slippery turf.
He has been sneaky good this year.
Nails. Guy is nails. Should we revisit, re-sign them? 5 players you want for the next 5 years? Thoughts on them?
Oh, you got Rohrwasser.
Full roster, ready to take over. I hope so.
Jake Bailey and Joe Cardona. There's 4 of the 5 right there.
You can get it. You can punt. How about it? Passing out 3-5 on the year, they'll host the Baltimore Ravens on Sunday night. NBA free agency expected to begin on the 20th. That's 2 days after the draft, with the regular season tipping off on December 22nd. Alex Cora will hold a press conference from Fenway Park today. We will take it to you live at 1:30. Chicago White Sox manager Tony La Russa, he was charged with DUI after he allegedly ran his car into a curb in February, leaving it smoking on the side of a Phoenix area road. It is the second known DUI arrest for La Russa. No word on when his press conference.
There is a lot of talk out there about whether the White Sox can keep him as the manager.
There was a whole back and forth that Marcus Stroman had. He would never play for him, he said. And I bet there's some guys in the White Sox. What's the point? I have no idea.
Like, it wasn't before the DUI.
None of us know.
They knew about it. And they still did it, even though it makes no sense. It's like, well, we got nothing else. Hey, La Russa's available. Let me, grab him. This is like my trade idea. This is like everything's on the table. We're sitting around. Just throw it out there. There's no dumb ideas.
La Russa makes no sense.
None.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker. Just say, play WEEI. Powered by Dell Technologies. Call 877-ASK-DELL. Trending is brought to you by the Exergen Temporal Scanner. These may be uncertain times, but what is certain is that every family needs a reliable thermometer. Protect your family with the Exergen Temporal Scanner, the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, physicians, and nurses. Stay safe with Exergen. I'm Rich Keefe. That's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com.
Experience the excitement of blackjack with $10 minimums daily at Encore Boston Harbor. Minimum subject to change. To learn about responsible play, visit GameSenseMA.com.
Wilmington Builder Supply invites you to experience Anderson Windows at any one of its 5 locations, like the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom. For 20 years running, builders have used Anderson Windows more than any other brand. At the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom, Anderson Windows are built right into their kitchen designs, showing contractors and homeowners exactly how everything will look and feel in the home. Choose Anderson and nothing less. See the full display for yourself at the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom or at wilmbuild.com. Kubota year-end incentives are underway, which means homeowners can now get that zero-turn mower or utility tractor through the end of December with 0% financing on most inventory. And this group of Kubota dealers has lots of incentives and inventory for commercial buyers to capitalize on year-end tax benefits. Visit Chapel Tractor in Milford, Brentwood, and Concord, New Hampshire, Union Farm Equipment in Union, Maine, Ahern Equipment in Spencer, Mass., or MB Tractor across Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut.
Hi, it's Frank Marandino, president of Northeast Electrical, and I want to thank all of the New England electrical pros who count on us. In times like these, it's important to have a partner you can trust. Whether you require job site solutions, professional design assist and project management, or the latest products and technologies, we have a solution that fits your needs. So call your Northeast representative, visit one of our 30 New England locations, or log on to needco.com. Northeast Electrical, where pros need pros.
Some things are just true, like your local Geico agent can save you hundreds. And also, clowns make terrible hairstylists.
And that should doodly do it. Take a look and tell me what you think you think.
I see. You made me look like a clown.
Oh, I think you look great.
Your local Geico agent could help you save 15% or more. It's just true.
At Shaw's and Star Market, they care about your health and safety, and they're making it easy to protect yourself and others by offering flu shots for free with most insurance at their pharmacy. No copay unless required by your plan. Now get your vaccinations today from their specially trained pharmacist and earn 10% off your next grocery purchase, up to $200 with any immunization. Restrictions apply. Now visit their website at shaws.com/flu or starmarket.com/flu to learn more about safety precautions, facts about the flu, and how to get your vaccination today.
We make USAA Renters Insurance for the stuff you love. Because if it's worth owning, it's worth protecting from the unexpected. That electric guitar? Worth it. That big screen TV? Worth it. And that espresso machine? Definitely worth it. That's why USAA makes it easy to cover what you care about. It's easy on your wallet with coverage for as low as 33 cents a day. Easy to customize. And if you ever need to make a change, that's easy too. So you can spend less time worrying about insurance and more time enjoying the stuff you love. Get a quote today at usaa.com/renters insurance. USAA. What you're made of, we're made for. USAA. 33 cents a day calculated by average price for $2,500 personal property coverage, $100,000 liability coverage, and $5,000 medical payments coverage. Rates vary by location and risk and are subject to change. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates.
White Claw Hard Seltzer invites you to Stumble Inn Bar and Grill in Londonderry. Stumble Inn is open with tinted outdoor seating and plenty of room to have a great time with social distancing. Daily specials and $2 White Claw Wednesdays in November. White Claw Hard Seltzer has only 2 grams of carbs, is gluten-free, and 100 calories. Live music daily and always a good time at the Stumble Inn. Brought to you by White Claw Hard Seltzer. Nothing tastes quite like it. Please drink responsibly. Hard Seltzer with flavors. White Claw Seltzer Works 2020 Chicago. Visit whiteclaw.com for full nutritional information.
Hey, it's 4:48 and the cold is here. Time to switch to a dependable oil delivery company, and that's why I suggest McFarland Energy. They've been to my home and I trust them. Right now, new McFarland automatic oil delivery customers will receive a free oil burner service policy for 3 years. $1,000 value when you sign up by this November 15th. Plus, sign up today and get a free tank monitor to connect to your phone so you never run out of oil. You can rely on McFarland. See why at McFarlandEnergy.com.
This is WEEI.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
VA New England Healthcare's commitment to our veterans, caregivers, and communities has not wavered. We've implemented procedures to protect and serve our veterans like telehealth and VA Video Connect. Choose VA, where we stand proud and ready like the veterans we serve.
Don't bleep and sugarcoat this, Arnold. To Dale and Keith.
Why are we yelling?
This is WEEI.
So the Patriots won last night. They're officially out on getting one of the 3 best college quarterbacks. Chargers, looking for a coach maybe, have the star young quarterback, have the roster, have a star pass rusher, have star receivers. The Chargers need to make a bold move. They'll sell tickets. Right now they're not. Belichick and Justin Herbert, 5 years. Spanos family, time to spend money on a coach. Makes a lot of sense to me. Brady left. Why can't Bill?
Feel better about your position when Colin Cowherd is singing your praises?
Yeah. Yep, you do.
I don't like anything Colin Cowherd's ever said.
Well, I like his paycheck.
He likes
I
his stats.
somehow get his paycheck.
He sits on the throne.
Yeah.
And he looks down.
It's like the Wizard of Oz.
He is. He's up there.
Doesn't he also make like $15 million
I
a
think
year?
he does pretty well.
It's a lot of money to take, Snake.
He does. He takes Snake you. What? He takes Snake you.
Oh.
Just
he snakes your
Snake
take.
I thought there was a comma in there. It's a lot of money to take. Snake.
Okay, you can call him a snake if you want, but that's not what we're doing
That's
here.
not what I was doing
he's
at all.
He's a take snake.
Takes.
But he's snake
I
your
can
take.
see how he would do that as a national guy.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, they did it up in Boston. Talk radio thing, as Keyshawn would call
But
it.
are we ready to... So,
Yes.
Keyshawn Johnson with us basically said, hey, the playoffs are still on the table. Have we ruled out Justin Fields? Have we ruled out?
I don't know how Colin Cowherd did that.
How are we doing that? So
Like he knows that last night's game means
So let me
that it's
ask you
done.
this.
They will not get one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the draft.
I think that's pretty safe.
If you go 3-13, what pick do you get?
Yeah, I don't know how you know that right now.
3-13.
But let's look at it. So there are 6 2-win teams.
No, there are. How about I have this in front of me? There are 15 teams in the NFL with 3 wins or less.
I don't care about that. I want the teams that are in front of you.
All right.
You're chasing one of two things right now: a 7 seed or a top pick. There are 6 teams with 2 wins.
Cincinnati has 2 wins. The Chargers have 2 wins. You play them. Washington has 2 wins. The Texans have 2 wins. You play them. Dallas, the Giants, Jacksonville only has 1, and then very clearly New York has none. And if you want to do the same thing with those teams in that area, they're not all. Herbert and Burrow just got drafted, so those teams don't need quarterbacks. The Houston pick goes to Miami, so that's Tua. So there's 3 teams that don't need quarterbacks. Daniel Jones is a little bit more of a debate. Who knows what Dallas is going to do with Dak Prescott? If they get the number 1 pick, it's one thing. But if they're 2, 3, 4,
No, they're all in on Dak. They've said it.
Okay, so there you go. So all of a sudden, I'm not ruling out them getting Justin Fields yet. Last night was a little step back.
For him to say the top 3, I think the chances of getting the top 2 are fairly slim. Okay, but the 3rd best quarterback?
I don't like to go by mock drafts. It's 4 picks. Some people 3, but 3 to 4 picks, the 3 are gone. Right? Those 3 quarterbacks are gone in the first 4 picks. So even if you're right, and the people that hold those picks are taking quarterbacks, teams that are willing to trade in will out-trade. Or would you trade up? But if you have, he's not gonna, we know he will not trade up before. You have to get the Bears trade up one spot and move up like a first-round pick in the future. He's not going to. He should. Do you think he's going to win a bid war for the 3rd pick in the draft? If he is offering the 4th or the 5th?
So I don't think, hey, we have pick 10th and our future 1 or the 4th and the future 1.
Take the 4th. No, I know. I don't think he'll have the team. I just don't think he has that in. It goes usually, his mentality is, we saw it firsthand, Julio Jones. Should we trade up with Julio Jones? Yeah. Stay where you are. You get Jonathan Baldwin, same receiver. Wide receiver. I also want to put it in his mentality. I'm not going to oversell.
Receiver, I can even understand his point of view, even if I disagree with him. For a top quarterback, I don't know. He has things oversell, but look at those 2 players in the same sentence. It was rough. Maybe he's not from that.
No, maybe he has. I'm sorry. I fundamentally
all these NFC East teams play each other. Yes. So like they're going to get to 5-6 wins because like somebody every summer is going to pick up a win the rest of the Patriots are going to get a win. Like we learned last night. We learned how to do their best effort to lose the game. I never thought that they were actually going to tank. Okay, so they're going to get 2 wins. They have 4 right now. No, let's say they're going to get 2 more. Somewhere, my book right here, 5 and 7 coaches. I said 5 and 11. A couple weeks ago, 5 and 11. You're not getting Justin Fields. You're not getting 4 and 12 or 3 and 13. Like you're already rolling it out. Like I don't. Because I think they will beat somebody in the Houston Chargers, Dolphins, Jets. Well, they do, but they just have to win 2 of those. At Miami, you can win at Miami with Brady.
Alex Cora will have a teleconference to welcome back as Red Sox manager. We will go to it live coming up in just a couple of minutes. It's Daily Keith with Heart Sports Radio. Have a good weekend.
Destination for breaking Patriots news and reaction.
Can you hear these words?
About players. So this is actually, and just digital stuff on YouTube. There's more people who are willing to put it out because we're doing up with the earth is flat. But Jim, I think I've both you and Ben talk about this. I mean, I don't know that the earth is spheroid by observation. Right? I haven't gone out into space and with my own eyes beheld the planet. So when I say that that's a ridiculous thing for them to believe, what is it I'm saying? Am I saying something that I think in a very authoritative way, I subscribe to some kind of canonical set of truths?
You have observed the pattern with your historical yourself.
Understand that there are other people who come to it.
You can see the moon, see the stars.
People like that. Who have been around the world and are going around the world and playing or have done practice tests of how things seem to look horizon to get more and more difficult. And you can read about that and hear about the ways that they're developed and decide based on that you think that they're going to come to they're going to go. I mean, this is the teaching for us that there was an associated politics. If you're an anti-vaxxer, it's a pretty short trip to be a flat earther. Pretty soon YouTube will just direct you to some flat earther videos, and you might go from there to being a Sandy Hook false flag or a person who believes that the shooting it didn't happen. There seems to be a way in which once people start thinking, oh, well, maybe all the settled truths aren't really settled. Maybe we're not being told things. Did that expand somehow?
Well, I think that Jim, that I think is exactly right. That we it's one of the sort of, we have to, because I'm never going to walk, I'm never going to circumnavigate the Earth, right? I'm never going to travel to the moon to completely understand that it's there, you know? So we have to, so many of the things that we to be true with just, you are, because you rely on intimacy, whatever, and you rely on things you've been told. And once you start, you're noticing that once a person opens themselves to sever that cord and say, oh, wait a second, I only believe that the world is round because I have been told that by experts, then why do I believe, for example, that this needle contains a fluid that will prevent my child from getting measles, mumps, and rubella? It's only because I've been told that by experts. My goodness, once you allow yourself to stop accepting the simple premise that we have to function in the universe, place trust in the expertise and the history of other, the things that we bring by other people, then suddenly we're unmoored from the very possibility of the truth. And then you, without realizing it, I think people start to pick and choose, because you of course, you still continue to believe that electricity is real because your washing machine works, but you'll stop believing that vaccines are real because of whatever community you're in or because of whatever you're hearing and choosing to believe. And that's a very dark road to start going down.
So, Jim Witherall, there's a thing I sometimes call the narcissism of the present moment, where we believe that things are incredibly bad right now in a way that they never have been before. This is something that your book explores. And there's a thought experiment I do with audiences sometimes. I'll say, look, imagine that there's a red switch on the wall. And if I throw it, we'll go back to about 1970 in terms of media. There's all your digital media and your smartphones and stuff like that, but you'll get back sort of Walter Cronkite and multiple daily newspapers in your market, and Time and Newsweek will be in their glory. So how many people, raise your hand if you want me to throw the switch? And basically everybody over the age of 55 raises their hand in the audience. Everybody under the age of 55 just says, no way. But there's a way in which we probably do glorify the canonical past as a time when we can really bring things down.
I think we do. I don't think that it's right to do that. Look, the way I think about it isn't so much about the present moment being bad in ways that the past wasn't, but rather being bad in different ways than how the past was. And I think that over time we get more sophisticated in how we adjudicate things, how we come to validate sources, who we trust in different kinds of media. And I think what we're seeing right now is the emergence of new media that challenge some of the heuristics, some of the tools that we've developed for figuring out who to trust, what sorts of things are reliable. And it's about the ways in which misinformation is spreading that are enabled by social media, for instance, and not that suddenly misinformation is a problem, or fake news is a problem.
I'm going to stay with you for a second, Jim, but I know Ben has some thoughts about the question I just asked, but I want to stay with you for just a second. One of the things I think you do well in this book also is there's a way in which we think about scientific film theory as being this kind of clockwork almost, to get the information that we need to come to implement that conclusion in a way that can time. But when you have lots of examples, and even, I grew up thinking that ulcers were caused by stomach acid. Since I didn't read one of them all the time, I was pretty surprised to find out about all this H. pylori stuff. But as you point out, it actually took a long time for science to convert all the available evidence that they've had into an action.
That's right. I think one of the things that maybe it's a disservice done by some of the people who write about science or the way that science is taught, that it was presented to us as a set of settled facts, perhaps identified by some historical genius. The fact is a process that involves many people collecting all sorts of evidence that is often ambiguous. It requires a lot of work to sort out and analyze. It involves a lot of disagreement among scientists, and it takes time. And one of the things that we do in the book is we try to make the argument that social factors are essential to how beliefs form. They're essential to understanding how false beliefs persist and spread even when there's lots of evidence around. And they're also essential to understanding what sorts of practices are going to lead to reliable or true beliefs. And we focus on examples in science because scientists are arguably the closest thing we have to ideal inquirers, the people who are trying to get evidence and trying to form beliefs on the basis of that evidence. And even in those cases, the process is messy and long and difficult and has a lot of false starts.
Right, the scientific revolutions from where people just one paradigm as far as there, and actually as opposed to quantum into it's a long time for that to happen. So again, I want to go back to that question about the switch on the wall, where you can go back to a time where there are fewer sources of information, but more trusted sources of information. I'm sensitive we're not going to want to valorize that particular idea.
No, I would not raise my hand for the button. I think that it's interesting, though, because I think part of what the distress that a lot of people are feeling in the sense of alarm and decay is this sense of, like, it leads to this longing for what is perceived as a simpler, more straightforward time, certainly in sort of the history of America's relationship to truth, where you and I talked about Walter Cronkite, too, where you have this, like, well, I can always go home at the end of the day, turn on the news, and there would be this man who would say, here's what happened. And you go, okay, well, there's the truth. Now I know it. And now we live in this world where not only multiple sources of news, but also the news very often comes through a sort of filter of opinion, or also that sort of algorithmic thing where I am getting the news that suits my pre-established interests and inclinations, and you are getting the news that does the same for you. I just don't think we can make a binary argument that one is better than the other. As tempting as it may be, when we feel like everything is getting this jumble of competing truths, in part, I would just point out because there is such a danger in, well, there's one arbiter of truth, there may be a handful, and there's Walter Cronkite also, but we're also talking about turning the news and watching an old white man tell everybody what the truth is, and I think if there's one thing that we've definitively gained from the age of social media and the internet, all the things that are troublesome about it is the diversity of voices and opinions, and the idea that everyone, meaning, young and old and from all sort of places in society, has a way to participate, and yes, there are opportunities to think it's competing truth, and there is danger in that, but there's also a real value in distributing the power that comes along with voicing opinion and truth.
So, Jim, I mean, we obviously do have this problem here. It's a little bit different from problems in the past, although once again, the term fake news Brian usually summon to mind all kinds of myths and things that we believed in the past, and then intentionally news to deceive people. Still, I think people will look at the problem and say, what we saw in the 2016 cycle were these things that look exactly like news articles, look like valid news articles that just track like them and spin like them and reply like them, but they're written by some person in the internet who's intentionally making stuff up in order to drive clicks and stuff like that. I mean,
oh my God!
These days, pretty unusual, different kind of problem.
Well, yes, I mean, the philosopher in me always wants to give counterexamples, right? So I'm inclined to say, who sunk the Maine? Why did the Spanish-American War start? But no, look, of course, there's something special going on now. There's something that is at least distinctive from the point of view of the immediate past, right? That what's happened in the last maybe 3 or 4 years is different from what happened in the 10 or 15 years before that. And so, we have a group of people who, as a society, are trying to figure out how to sort fact from fiction, how to sort of renegotiate where you get your information, what should count as reliable, how you check stuff. Yeah, so I completely agree with that.
And then the question becomes, what does work? I mean, actually, I'll start this with Ben, because you've given us a sort of account of what wouldn't work. In other words, the entire novel is basically gives us a view of how not to deal with this problem. In the course of thinking that out, did you think about things that you think might be helpful?
Gosh, I wish. I wish. And this is the part where the novelist gets to shrug his or her shoulders and say, well, it's kind of above my pay grade, right? Like, that's a different section of the bookstore. You want solutions. I I do, though. I think that what's interesting for me. I think that I guess I think that Camels are the best, have the smoothest filter, whatever it is, the things are so self-evidently untrue, so self-evidently BS, or the way that we look at the email scams from the early days of, the internet, of like, please wire $5,000 to save me, I'm a prince in this country, whatever, those sorts of things. We look back now and we go, well, that's so clearly BS. Is there going to be things that indicate that to readers, consumers who have grown up savvy to this world, if that makes sense?
Wait, are those Nigerian things BS?
Sorry.
So, Jim, before
I lost a lot of money right here.
Well, just give up my password. So, Jim Witherell, one of the things that I think is really that you're getting at in a really interesting way is, I think when we think about this problem, and who's causing this problem, the answer is them. They are Russians and bots and right-wing jumping nuts, and there's this sort of group of them that are causing the problem. But there's a way in which, and I don't think particularly like to compare ourselves on both sides. I mean, it's a good idea. Maybe that's
what Ben was just saying. I think of this as an evolutionary process, or as a kind of cultural evolution. Some philosophers of science have suggested that we should analogize it to something like an arms race.
Southwest Underground Airlines. This time, it's Golden State, a novel about this exact problem that happens when you try a little too hard to solve it. I want to thank Vincent Kaplan also for producing today's show. Jonathan McCann is on the board where usually is, and Seth is with us as an intern, and I'm sure there are a lot of other people that I'm sure the media for us some social media things that we're benefiting from. So we're going to take a little break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about where this is all going. We're going to talk with somebody whose job it is to try to figure out what the next thing is that we're going to have to figure out to new way this information can spread with more convincing and clarity.
Support for Connecticut Public Radio comes from Continuum of Care, proudly investing in mental health care. From crisis to community integration, they offer long-term solutions to sustainable recovery. ContinuumCrisisRecovery.com.
The people of this nation have spoken. They've delivered us a clear victory.
But despite President-elect Joe Biden's victory in the presidential race, President Trump vows to fight on.
The counting of lawsuits continue as Biden starts to build his cabinet. That's next time on Here and Now.
Join us this afternoon at 2.
The news is moving fast right now, and across a number of really big stories, the stakes are high. The truth is, we do not know. I've been working close to bringing chief nuclear news, and what I do know is that we will be right here, live, bringing verified facts and information as soon as we have it. Listen every day.
Listen weekday morning from 5 to 9. Support for Connecticut Public Radio comes from you, our members, and from KBE Building Partners. Their mission of building excellence together has helped empower Connecticut's economy during this challenging time. KBEbuilding.com. With that,
social media responsibility at the University of Michigan. So you've been listening so far to a conversation about, what one report referred to as truth decay. So Aviv, and for all I know, you might have been one of the people sampled for this, but I remember a Pew Research project, I think it was right after the 2016 election, where they were kind of exploring this question almost as an arms race. There are people out there who are trying to disseminate falsehoods using what's called technology that can bind, and there are people trying to step into that time using technological solutions. And so Pew asked about 1,000 experts, are you optimistic or pessimistic? I mean, basically, have to talk about nope. So people who haven't popped up entirely with this, a year or two ago, as you say, how would you describe the problem in the landscape that it's sitting in?
I mean, 2 years ago, this place people were really not thinking about this sensitivity, and 1 year ago, the problem of the future is definitely not taken seriously at all. The manipulation of popular of deepfakes and many other sort of similar technologies that will be enabled, and that can actually exacerbate the situation.
Maybe you should even explain what you mean by deepfake.
So that's one of the terms used to describe the manipulation of video using new techniques that are possible with artificial intelligence. And so, currently you can, go to a movie studio, spend millions of dollars and create whatever streams you want. But that's very, very expensive. And the advances that are happening are making it much easier to do manipulation, whether that be making it look like someone is doing something that they never did, saying something they never said, and that can be used as information to make it seem like whether it be a world leader or a neighbor are saying that they never did.
So, I'm assuming the fix, if there is one, or the remedy, if there is one, is the equivalent of kind of a carbon monoxide detector, right? That the ways to look at something like that and identify as
the challenge here is that may not be possible in the long run if the technology to fake is as good as the technology to detect or better. There's sort of like a pass there. So you actually need to create resilience in other parts of society that can handle for example, being able to trace the actual origins of a piece of content instead of looking at it in its current form to see, oh, is this currently fake?
So when you say resilience in other parts of society, elaborate on that.
So the way I think about this is there's specific knowledge technology where first, you have some content, the video is being created, and then it's distributed, you feel like what to do with such a some people that believe it, so this is the way it actually as individuals and institutions rather than politics, MSPs, politicians, journalists, and so at each of those stages, places where you and the other side of this that I think is really important to remember is that it's not just being misled by content, but it's having plausible deniability for content that's real.
When you say indices, talking about something that you refer to as diplomacy manipulation. So explain that concept.
And I think we're making decisions based off information that you have and the ability to source of truth affect the between and that can happen directly to the diplomat, but also what public information doesn't have that. So for example, the segment of the public is convinced that
for a portion of our audience, I fear for the majority of our audience doesn't help very much. He jump in here real quickly. He didn't dance away from anything, fellas. He jumped right in with both feet. First words he said.
He apologized, right? Yeah. He came forward and he said he apologized, and also this is going to be who he is. I also like how he painted it, how, don't call this like a comeback tour or like, it's not. That's a mistake that he made, or so he says, and he wants to, move on from that, but he knows that it's always going to be a part of his history.
I also found it interesting that Chaim Bloom said the first phone call was one that was going to be made regardless of thinking about Thor as a hire, just sort of closure, right? Closure for the organization, the player, and him.
Let's go back over to Fenway.
Answer this, just the process, and Chaim, you talked about the conversations that you had. Those conversations got deeper. Chaim, maybe you begin with at what point in that process, was it early on in talking to Alex that you started to realize this is the guy you wanted? Did that evolve over time? And then Alex, if you could follow up, you said you didn't expect this to happen. At what point in that process did you realize this might be happening?
Yeah, for me, when we were having our meeting with Alex, I really, at that point, was trying to stay in the moment. And as we were headed to the meeting, I was really telling myself, you need to make sure you get every question answered that's on your mind, that you ask everything you need to ask. Again, not just for determining his fit as a manager, but also because this is a big deal what happened. And it was, an event that it took its toll on all of us. Obviously, Alex has described that with respect to himself, but we all went through something, and there was a lot to process. So, I told myself I needed to make sure I, addressed everything that I needed to address, and that we talked about everything possible. So I tried to stay in the moment with that, and then process it after the fact, as we were headed back, and in the days that followed, while talking to, look, one of Alex's great gifts is, I think anybody who's ever had a conversation with Alex Cora knows this, about his passion for the game and how he's able to reach people, to light up a room, and I don't think it's possible to have a conversation with Alex without feeling those things. But really, it wasn't until kind of coming back and then processing everything and getting down to the wire on the decision that things started to crystallize for me.
From my NTC, I was fortunate that, Chaim called me, is like, let's talk. I think that was, regardless of the result, I think us being able to talk and go over stuff, and it was intense. It was genuine. It was tough, you know, because there were some tough questions, and you know, we spent a lot of time together. You know, BOH was part of the process too, and then I kind of like, okay, you know, there's a chance. You know, I just wanted to talk to him and go over a few things. Little by little, you know, I start feeling a little bit anxious, you know, because they were going through the process, and for me it was different because I didn't have a job. You know, it's like, okay, if this doesn't happen, we'll be okay, right? You know, you're spending time with the family, but just to know that they talked to me and then the process started, you start looking around and you see the stuff at the house and you're like, hey, there's a chance, but I wasn't 100% sure this was going to happen. You know, we actually had another conversation that I think was very positive, you know, for both of us, and you know, I didn't know till the last, I mean, Thursday evening, Thursday afternoon. So I don't know. I'm the way I put it, TC, I was fortunate that I was going to be able to talk to them, and I'm just, you know, happy that, you know, I'm the guy that he decided to go with, and you know, I'm not going to disappoint him.
The next question comes from Dan Roach.
Hey, Alex. Just a thought on, you know, are you prepared for what's ahead as far as just trying to handle? We saw, you know, kind of the for lack of a better word, the hatred towards the Astros this year, when they went from city to city to play. How concerned are you about that? And what kind of conversations will you have with your players going forward about what's happened, and also looking ahead to the future?
I mean, I already had some conversations with players about this, and it's something that if I didn't feel, in a personal note, if I didn't feel prepared for what's coming, I probably would have declined a phone call or text. I say, you know what, I'm not ready for this. You know, thank you, but no thanks. You know, and I know it's going to be tough in certain places, but I understand. You know, as long as we stay together and I surround myself with people that they're going to be in my corner and understanding that, hey, some of what's going to happen is for me, you know, it's personally for me, I can deal with that. You know, my players, they have a job to do, the organization, they're going to do everything possible to keep getting better. I think I'll be okay. You know, those conversations probably were deeper with the family, and we decided as a family that, yeah, you know, let's do this. There's going to be some great days, there's going to be some tough days, but we're going to stick together and we're going to keep moving forward.
Alex Cora over at Fenway Park. There's no ownership representative, but there is upper management. Sam Kennedy is there. Brian O'Halloran, the assistant general manager, or BOH, I guess is how we'll call it.
I know, the titles over there is so difficult to keep straight, but yeah, and Hein Bloom, obviously.
And they've got the four guys sitting in front of a backdrop, literally at home plate at Fenway Park. All of the members of the media who are asking questions are on a Zoom session. I got to say, I freely admit I kind of like Alex Cora a lot anyway. I think he's handled this about as well as you can handle it under the circumstances.
Right, but it's where we were earlier. The audience, and I think even the media, wanted him back. Like, there's a lot of people that like him, thought he was the good candidate. Now, right. I do like that Bloom articulated that he's a good candidate, regardless of his history or anything. If you just looked at Manager X with his resume, yes, there is the cheating, but there's also the championship, the players, the baseball guy, the history, the youth, the energy, there's a lot of reasons to say he's the best man.
I still just don't know 100% if he was Hein Bloom's decision. Well, I don't know the answer.
Yes, because ownership's not there. The people who make the decision are in front of the
that's a good point by you. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, which makes me feel even more so like it was a decision.
It is fair to say that they have all made that as clear as they can. But the fact that you question it is not invalid at all.
Right. I also think a fair question was asked of him. Basically, are you sorry you did it, or are you sorry you got caught? Kind of question.
Yeah.
And he
we've all been asked that for different things.
yes, no question. And he kind of sidestepped that and said we've moved on in a way.
Yeah, I mean the caught thing.
Yeah, it's the caught. It's always the caught. It's the caught for all of us.
Yep.
All right, we got to get out of here. Andy, we'll see you again on Thursday. Tomorrow, we'll have Fitzy in with us. Tom E. Curran will join us at 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'm sure you'll hear much more talk about Alex Cora's return as Red Sox manager on OMF. Lou Merlone, obviously, there with Christian Fourier and Glenn Ordway. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then. Bye.
This afternoon at 3:40, it's Bill Belichick as he reacts to the win. This is EEI.
As cold weather moves in, time to leave our summer deck behind and head inside. Liberty Cedar is there, ready to update those living areas with the timeless beauty and durability of top quality wood products. Warm your home with Liberty Cedar's custom wood flooring, paneling, and moldings. Part of the New England community, Liberty Cedar sales team has provided excellent service for 30 years. Visit libertycedar.com today to learn more and request a quote. That's libertycedar.com. Celebrate the beauty of wood every day with Liberty Cedar.
Hi, my name is Tim Forehand. I'm a deputy sheriff. In my job, keeping in shape is important. I've tried other products to get my weight down, but nothing has worked like Andrew 400. In just 3 months, I've dropped 51 pounds, down from 230 to 179. Plus, the weight come off in the stomach area. I've gone from a snug 36-inch waist to a 32-inch waist, which I was in high school. I highly recommend the Andrew 400 to all my friends.
Guys, are you frustrated because no matter how hard you try, it seems impossible to lose stubborn belly fat? Then discover why thousands of men each month rely.
Short wait times to surgical services to x-ray and specialty care. We urge you not to delay any elective medical procedures you may have put off. Don't risk your good health. Trust Roger Williams and Fatima to care for you and your family today, as always. To learn more, visit chartercare.org.
Every business is finding its own new normal. At Bloom Shapiro, we're doing more than helping companies survive the new normal. We're preparing them for the next normal, providing proven financial strategies, improving operational efficiency, advancing technology and cybersecurity. Not looking back, but stepping forward. At Bloom, we're anticipating, innovating, creating strategies that evolve with constantly changing times. Step forward into the new normal at bloomshapiro.com.
And now a game of Commercial Chicken, brought to you by Progressive, where we see how long Flo can go without talking about insurance. Ready? Go.
So, have you noticed how everyone's grammar is completely awful now? Like, you know, the texting and the LOLs. Whatever happened to punctuation? I mean, drivers who switch to Progressive to save big.
Okay, you win. We can't help but save customers money. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You like your burger medium well, your peanut butter crunchy, and your mattress firm. It's the little things that make you, you. And you deserve a Medicare plan that fits your unique needs. That's why United Healthcare is offering more plan options than ever, so you can find just the right plan for you. Call 1-800-362-8715. That's 1-800-362-8715 to get Medicare with more. Remember, Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th.
I didn't feel so well, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal data is being bought and sold. I downloaded DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. Take back your privacy with DuckDuckGo.
Advance is helping you get your engine ready for the road this holiday season with the right oil, the right filter, at the right price every day. Get 5 quarts of full synthetic Mobil 1, Valvoline, Castrol Edge, or Pennzoil Platinum with the Mobil 1 oil filter for just $33.99. Plus, this holiday season, get a $25 NBA store gift card and 2 times Speed Perks points instantly with the purchase of 5 quarts of Mobil 1. Advance your auto at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Sign and Drive is back at Bob Loney Volkswagen and Mystic and VW Volt Sabre. 0 down, 0 security deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 do-it signing. Lease a new 2020 Jetta S Automatic for just $229 a month, or a new 2021 T1 S 4Motion for just $289 a month. Sign and Drive. Go to BobLoney.com. Thank you and just smile.
Champions play here.
Patriots have won Super Bowl 53. The Red Sox have won the World Championship.
WVEI-FM and WVEI HD1 Westerly Providence, 103.7 WEEI, a radio.com sports station. Radio.com sports station. This is Patriots Monday on Sports Radio WEEI. Patriots Monday is brought to you in part by
Northeast Men's Health,
Mass General Cancer Center,
and Town Fair Tire.
It's a Tuesday edition of OMN with Lou Merloni.
What's your prediction for the game?
They're going to lose. Christian Fourier.
There's no freaking way that I'm going to pick the Jets.
And Glenn Ordway.
The Jets are going to win this game tonight, fellas.
Well, the Patriots won last night.
Oh, boy.
Good job. Good effort.
Tough crowd.
We have mixed emotions on the victory over the Jets.
Does anybody believe that they have enough in this room to compete?
No.
To win?
Bill Belichick joins the show at 3:40.
When I've seen John play, I haven't had to buy a ticket.
It's like that.
Now it's time for OMF.
Ruben's coming. Gotta get home.
On EEI.
Oh, we're certainly going to get to that football game today. And as you just heard, Bill Belichick will join us at 3:40. We could probably spend 6-7 hours on that football game. We will get to it, but you just heard a press conference in which Alex Cora was introduced once again as the manager of the Boston Red Sox. I would say this, guys, just listening to all of this, I would say it was kind of painless for Alex. I expected there to be more biting questions. Is that fair? He did a great job leading off, basically taking responsibility. I'm sorry now, I'll be sorry tomorrow, sorry in the future. But he really didn't have to deal with a lot of pushback, did he?
Well, I mean, he had one tough question, but other than that, I mean, what are you supposed to do? You deflect as much as you can with getting into the weeds with exactly what happened and how you feel and how it affected you, But I was looking for tears, not because
I was going to get them.
I 100% thought, because think about the situations. He's emotional. He's in Fenway Park. It's finally come full circle, and he's back where he started. So it's Alex Cora 2.0. I thought initially, I felt like I was getting a little bit of it, though, Lou. I felt like he was starting to kind of well up, and his voice was starting to stutter just a little bit, but no, he fought it back.
You realize this is not the Bachelorette, right? You realize that?
Yeah, no, you're not getting a roast today.
I think he's right, though. I think there's a lot of emotion, kind of, he talked a lot about his family.
Yep,
and
it's
some
barricaded.
That have with his brother Joey and his mom and his kids. His oldest is now, I think, going off to college next year. I think that has a lot to do with the personal stuff he's talking about. I think he's going to be going local around here. But I think it was an emotional time for him over the summer, dealing with a lot of it, right? So, yeah. But as far as some of the hard-hitting stuff, I think it was Mastronado did ask him about 17 and if he knew it was wrong when he was doing it or just when he got caught, right? Which is what we always talk about. You're wrong when you get caught.
All right, we're going to interrupt this, Lou, right now because we do have breaking news.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program. This is Breaking News. Brought to you by Northeast Insurance, proud sponsor of Clear Path for Veterans New England.
Chad Finn of the Boston Globe reporting Celtics legend Tommy Heinsohn has passed away at the age of 86. Tommy played on 8 of those NBA title teams. He coached the Celtics to 2 more titles back in the 70s, and we know him as a legendary broadcaster beyond that. He's in the Hall of Fame for 2 of those different things and probably should have been in for the 3rd as well. Tommy had been having a lot of health issues in the last year, and the word is out there that he has passed away at the age of 86. And we send our condolences to Tommy's kids and his entire family out there. I'll let you guys throw your 2 cents because I'm a little emotional right now about this.
Yeah, this is a tough one, because it's not just Tommy Heinsohn, the great Celtics legend. I mean, you're talking about generations of Celtics fans now that have kind of grown up listening to Tommy, on the radio and during the games rather than TV, and just I've worked with him a lot at NBC, seeing their pre and post games, and so he's a legend in many ways. This is like your Celtics voice, and the classics, getting on the referees, but the championship teams. I think people of my generation just kind of grew up with just not the Celtic great, but the voice, of the Celtics on TV. So this is, it's a tough one. Love Tommy.
Glenn, you know what? you? I mean, like I can see you're shaken up about this.
Mm-hmm.
Just how you feeling? Like what's going through your head right now? You want to share that?
I was good friends with Tommy Heinsohn. Tommy Heinsohn was wonderful to me when I first started doing the Celtics. So when I worked with the Celtics, I was working with Johnny Most. I was brought in because Johnny was having health issues. Tommy and Johnny were best friends. Johnny was extremely insecure, as most people would be if you've had that job for that long and you're having health issues and you've got a younger person that's tapping on your shoulder, even though I was just basically thrown into that position. Tommy was a great support system and really, I think, helped bond that relationship with me and Johnny, and because of it, Tommy and I became extremely good friends over the years. I remember his wife Helen passing away, and she went through a tumultuous bout with cancer, and I spent a lot of time with Tommy at that time. He is a legend. There is absolutely no question about it. You know what's amazing to me is if you go back and you watch some of the old video of Tommy Heinsohn when he was doing the CBS broadcast. So he was the national broadcaster. He was the analyst that was the number one team for the national broadcast. And the LA people hated him, Christian, because he was a Boston Celtic.
Sure.
But he was fair in those broadcasts. And then, of course, you look at the transition of Tommy becoming the Celtics analyst on TV, and he adopted virtually everything that Johnny Most did for his entire career. That's what he did. It's the good guys against the bad guys, and I hate the officials, and he did all of that, and he adopted it, and obviously knew the game inside and out, but I can't tell you how many conversations he and I have had about family, about kids, about stuff like that. So to me, this is more than just losing a legend in his town. For me, it's a friend who I've spent a lot of time with over the years.
Well, I didn't know him very well. I met him a couple times. But when I think about, people who represent this city, he's one of them.
Yep.
And when you think about his career, just how remarkable it was, and how long it was, and how successful it was. I mean, I can only relate to the Chick Hearns and the Vince Scullys of the world, as for myself. But all I know was when I think about Celtics basketball, I don't think of Paul Pierce. I think of Tommy. I think of, and then his personality when he called games. You don't see that in local broadcasts. You don't see a guy that is 100% himself, and it's a big loss. Like, it is a big loss.
30 plus years.
Yeah, it's remarkable how long he stayed in this business. So it's a testament not only to how well he was at it, but also just how much he cared about it.
Well, I think he and Mike right now, Mike Gorman, have the longest tenured, right? The two of them together, I think, of any sports team. 30 plus years, these guys.
Yep.
And again, I think you'll forever have Tommy points after Celtics games, right? And NBC, I think they'll forever do that. And it was just like, a lot of those nights when he was in studio, kind of being over at NBC and talking, and during breaks or during the game, and just sitting and watching basketball.
What's his standings? Do you have standings?
Because he's, when he's in studio, not calling the game. And he's the same way watching. He's yelling, he's screaming, run the ball, let's go. And he's just always yelling at the referees. And then we just have good conversations, too, about baseball. Just in Tommy Heinsohn, what's up with the Red Sox anyways? And he would just get on them or if they were playing well, whatever it was. So I know it's a huge loss for everybody, including, NBC, and the love that everybody had for him over there. But again, I got 30 plus years. I said, I'm 49 years old. Like, Tommy Heinsohn's the Celtics, to your point. It's almost like growing up with Johnny Most, like you're talking about, Glenn, the Johnny Most thing, and then listening to his voice for all those years. You grew up with it.
Which I did, yeah. Yeah, no, the personality was so big, but it was genuine, guys. That was Tommy. I mean, you were sitting in a bar with Tommy, having a couple drinks, you'd get that same laughter and you get that same, oh, give me a break about that guy. You know, you get all of that same stuff.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
You get the same stuff off the air that you get on the air. He was just genuine, and he could call you out. Trust me, he's called me out a couple times for stuff I've said on the radio. Over the years, I'd get a call out of here from Tommy, and he'd say, what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? So, listen, he was as genuine as they come. He was a giant in the industry. And just think about everything he's done as a player. And you guys are ex-athletes. Player. Then he moves on to coaching. And then he moves on to broadcasting. And he excels at all three of them.
Yeah, he was
amazing.
Not only was he great, but he was great for a long time in all of them.
Yes.
So to me, having one of those, having just a great career is unbelievably difficult. And then going into coaching and being good at that, and then being good at broadcasting, it's a whole, I mean, it really is, it's a terrible day. I mean, it's 2020 keeps kicking you in the you-know-what.
Awful. And Tommy may look at it, and he's upstairs right now, probably looking down, said, okay, I had 86 great years. On the other hand, I think we all wish that Tommy was still around, but just an amazing figure when you think about it. And it's funny because the health issues he's had now for a while, but then you call him up and say, you know, what's happened? You okay? Yeah, my back, just my back, you know. And he would write it off. So he would never tell you deep down inside what he was dealing with, and obviously he was not around much this past year, and I think most of us got the impression that he was having some serious issues here. And again, if you missed it, Tommy Heinsohn, a legend as a player, coach, and a TV commentator, passing away today at the age of 86. So we will probably spend some time talking about that, dig out some Tommy Heinsohn stuff. We have Alex Cora, who is now back as the manager of the Red Sox. And oh yeah, the Patriots beat the Jets last night. Unbelievable game. We're going to get to all of that. And Bill Belichick coming up today at 3:40 right here on OMF.
It's Patriots Monday on EEI. Still to come, more OMF. You're listening to Patriots Monday. This is EEI.
Hey, it's Greg Hill. Twisted Tea, the original hard iced tea, is the ultimate day drinking beverage. It's a hard iced tea that tastes just like iced tea. It's not your grandma's iced tea unless she's awesome and spikes it with 5% alcohol. So do two things. One, give me your grandmother's number, and two, try Twisted Tea's original or half and half. Half lemonade, half hard tea. They're both refreshing. Twisted Tea always gets a day party turned up a notch. So what are you waiting for? Get to the store and get some Twisted Tea and keep it twisted.
Kubota year-end incentives are underway, which means homeowners can now get that zero-turn mower or utility tractor through the end of December with 0% financing on most inventory. And this group of Kubota dealers has lots of incentives and inventory for commercial buyers to capitalize on year-end tax benefits. Visit Chapel Tractor in Milford, Brentwood, and Concord, New Hampshire, Union Farm Equipment in Union, Maine, Ahern Equipment in Spencer, Mass., or MB Tractor across Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. Wilmington Builder Supply invites you to experience Anderson Windows at any one of its 5 locations, like the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom. For 20 years running, builders have used Anderson Windows more than any other brand. At the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom, Anderson Windows are built right into their kitchen designs, showing contractors and homeowners exactly how everything will look and feel in the home. Choose Anderson and nothing less. See the full display for yourself at the Wilmington Builder Supply showroom or at wilmbuild.com.
Hi, it's Frank Marandino, president of Northeast Electrical, and I want to thank all of the New England electrical pros who count on us. In times like these, it's important to have a partner you can trust. Whether you require job site solutions, professional design assist and project management, or the latest products and technologies, we have a solution that fits your needs. So call your Northeast representative, visit one of our 30 New England locations, or log on to needco.com. Northeast Electrical, where pros need pros.
This is Matt Light. In 11 seasons playing with the New England Patriots, I learned that on the field, an active game plan helps win championships. Putnam Investments knows an active approach is important for reaching financial goals too. Active investment, active management, and active partnership. Active helps win on the field and off. Find out more at putnam.com/alwaysactive. Putnam Investments, proud partner of the New England Patriots.
New
Bud Light Seltzer, huh?
Yep.
And it tastes like a hard seltzer, not a beer?
Yep.
So it's light and refreshing?
Yep.
With a hint of fruit flavor?
Yep.
And 100 calories?
Yep.
You said this is Bud Light Seltzer?
Yep.
Well, I need to try it.
Yep.
Oh, that tastes great.
Yep.
Now, wait, are you just yupping me?
Nope.
Bud Light Seltzer, unquestionably good. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer, IRC Beers, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
For Cavendish Farms, it's not history-making plays, club-level seats, or perfectly clear skies that make Sunday football fantastic. It's the people beside you, the energy around you, and the food in front of you. It's good vibes and great fries. That's why, as the official French fry of the New England Patriots, we want to bring the stadium taste home to you. So enter for your chance to win Patriot season tickets for the 2021 season, a year's supply of Cavendish Farm fries, and an exciting swag prize pack. Enter now at patriots.com/fanfries.
When it's time for a snack, try the Snackin' Menu from Dunkin' with Snackin' Bacon. 8 snack-sized strips of crispy bacon caramelized with sweet maple sugar. Steak and cheese, bacon and cheese, or ham and cheese roll-ups, and new stuffed bagel minis. And oh, are they satisfying? Like Inbox Zero satisfying. And like TV show finale without any unanswered questions satisfying. Be snackisfied with the Dunkin' Snackin' Menu. Enjoy each one with refreshing cold brew. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Plymouth Rock Assurance. I had loan with high interest from the dealer. Then I refinanced with DCU. They helped me lower my rate and my payments. I still have my truck, and I have more control of my money. What will DCU mean to you? Insured by NCUA. Membership required. Visit DCU.org.
Find us on Twitter at OMF on WEEI.
First of all, I want to thank my family back home. Angelica, Camila, Xander, Lysander, Mom, my sister, Joy. It's been a tough year. And spend time with you guys. It was amazing this year, but like I've been saying all along, I was spending time at home for the wrong reasons. And for that, I want to apologize. I deserve what happened this year. It was something that I'm not proud of it, but you know, we went through the whole process with Commissioner's office, the Department of Investigations, and at the end, you know, I got my penalty and I served it.
Alex Cora, just moments ago over at Fenway Park, outdoors by the way, out on the diamond. Of course. As he expresses how sorry he is for putting the organization in a tough situation. And I don't know how many times he said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry today, I'll be sorry tomorrow, I'll be sorry in the future. And I'm not sure that ends, guys. I think people are going to continue to refer back to that. He's going to have to answer to it. We know how it works. If you have success as a manager, the team's winning, maybe there's a lot less of it. Somebody asked him about what happens when you go out there on the road because Houston's taking some of the heat, and he's going to have to deal with that as well. So that's all part of the package going forward, right?
Yeah, it will be. And you know, we always talk about the Astros kind of dodging a bullet this year. I would imagine, you know, what do you think it's going to be like for Alex Cora when he goes to Yankee Stadium?
Yeah.
You know, or anyone. You know, I don't know what the schedule's like out for the Dodgers this year or whatever it is, but he will hear a lot of the similar things just standing there in the top step all game long.
Assuming there's fans.
Yeah, I'm assuming there's fans. Yes, but he will. And that is something that, you know, no matter what he says now, as far as like this is something I have to live with, and it's part of his history, and you know, he doesn't want to look back for, you know, obvious reasons, but I don't think I'm not taking responsibility from it, but that's something he's going to have to deal with. And he's going to also, you mentioned, even in his own city, you know, if the team is struggling and not performing up to expectations, or even if they, you know, they're not going to be good, even if they just struggle, people that don't follow this team, that already like are dislike this organization, will just look to him and point to him and say, I never wanted this guy back here in the first place. So
even though they really did want him.
I know he wants to be back here, and I know this is what he wants, and he's accepting that, and he realizes that that's going to be part of it. It's going to be tough, but it's going to be rough out there if this team struggles and people will just jump on it.
Well, the other thing is just that how different. So Alex Cora, when he rolls in, he's got tons of talent, tons of weapons, great players, young, old, you name it. He's got a ton of talent. So it's interesting to see how he handled that. Now Alex Cora 2.0, he's got nothing. He's got no talent. He's got some pieces. Well, I shouldn't say that. He's got some pieces. But as far as, you know, how difficult the challenge is now,
okay, it's a rebuild. This year they're going to get a little bit better. They should be a little bit more competitive. They should be competitive this year. But it's really about, next year. So I always say, like, expectations are based on your roster. If your roster should win right now, that's the best way to lose your job because you don't perform. But if you are in a rebuild, people will recognize that, and that part makes it a little bit easier for them.
I want to get into where they got into the whole process of this thing and how this all worked out, because I think Lou was on to some of this along the way. But before we do that, I don't want to escape this Astro stuff and even the Red Sox stuff in 2018. So one of the questions he was asked today was, did you know what you were doing with the Astros was wrong?
Honestly, I can only speak how I felt this year. I don't want to get into details about what happened in 17, but it's a tough lesson. Like I said, all I can do right now is apologize and get better and move forward. I'm not proud of what happened. One of the things that you do as a leader, right, is to put these guys in situations to be successful. And the way we did it with that group over there, it wasn't the right way. And for that, I'm going to say it today, I'm going to say it tomorrow, I'm going to say it the rest of my life. For that, I'm sorry.
It's probably said more than any of the players have said that are on that Astros team right now, right?
Yeah.
He's taking responsibility at least for it.
Well, that's the easy part.
Yeah.
The hard part is getting into the details. That's the hard part. You get into the details.
He's not going to get into the details.
No, they're not getting into the details.
He's going to join us Thursday.
Yes.
Correct? So we will have
This Thursday. Alex Score's going to be back on OMF.
Yeah, we're going to have Alex Score back here on OMF on Thursday.
So he's not a mystery.
And, and listen, we're going to ask him some questions too. We feel like that maybe, he didn't answer, talking about 17. So I think those questions will continue, so he's got, I think it was Master Donato asked him, like we said before, whether he knew it was wrong, what was going on. He's got, I don't want to get into it. Well, I don't know, we'll see. I think he might be asked again here on Thursday.
I agree, and I think he has to be asked a question. He's going to have to understand that that's what people want to know. They're looking at him, and they're looking at his reputation, and they're saying, why did you have to do it? Now, he claimed that they didn't have to bring it to Boston, and he talked about that today.
That's a great question, and something that I got that from other people. I didn't feel like we needed to do something like that, honestly. I know people will not believe me in that sense. Why not bring it here so it was that effective? I don't know. I just decided, in that off season to, not bring it here. We had some conversations actually in spring training about a lot of stuff, from BOH to Dave to the people that was around to MLB. I think at that point people were starting to talk about what was going on around the league, and it wasn't worth it. All of a sudden, there's a article out there, and there's a guy out there that decided to take a step and say what happened over there, and I paid the price. I decided, no, we don't need to do that. The organization was very loud and clear about the whole sign stealing stuff and what happened before with the organization and other organizations, and they walked me through it. And in the meetings in spring training with MLB, when I talked to them, it was like, wow, I better not even try to do something like that.
Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. So he said BOH, he's talking about Hallam.
Yeah.
So did they talk the spring training before that season started?
Yes.
The World, so they had discussions about what went on.
Yes.
And back then, before the season even started, hey, I know what you guys are up to. Don't do it.
Because there was enough chatter around the game.
That's my point. So I think I don't remember ever hearing that.
Yeah.
So maybe that had something to do with their willingness and acceptance of bringing him
So
back.
you understand the difference, though. What they're talking about is, cameras in center field, locked in on catchers, decoding it that way, live, in-game, trash cans. Okay, that's Houston. And this is where and I think you went into it before, it's like our fault, what happened in 18 was like, there never should have been a gray area. And to me, the gray area was simply guys looking at their videos during games and basically basically sitting there saying, yeah, these are our scout reports. I'm watching my at-bat and happen to have bases loaded. I'm going to rewatch my at-bat. And I know he's using this sign or that sign or this sign, and boom, but there it is. I'm watching my at-bat. I can see the signs going down. So there's confirmation of scouting reports. You know, but the interesting part when he said about bringing it with him from 17 to 18, and then he decided not to, I want to get into that next. Because I got a little information to kind of clear some of that up.
Good, and I want to bring up some of the information about the whole process and how it all came down, because I think Lou gave you some hints of that in the previous month. So we'll get into all of that coming up next, and I promise at the top of the hour, we'll get into the Patriots and the Jets game from last night. It is indeed Patriots Monday, even though it is a Tuesday, and that means Bill Belichick will join us. That will happen at 3:40 right here on OMF.
It's Patriots Monday on EEI. Bill Belichick and the Pats get a much-needed win over the Jets.
The final score, New England 30 and the Jets 27.
This afternoon at 3:40, head coach Bill Belichick reacts to the win on OMF.
That was a good win. It's like a confident football at the end of the game. Players worked hard. It is a win.
That's Patriots head coach Bill Belichick this afternoon at 3:40. Listen exclusively on OMF, the destination for Patriots fans. EEI.
Amazon is now hiring near you. We're looking for team members who know that delivering important packages is important work. Ready to work hard to make someone's every day? Ready for benefits and flexible shifts? Immediate hourly roles are available at Amazon.com/apply. That's Amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
Charles Toyota has 20 banks with millions in credit stimulus to get you an easy approval. Hi, this is Tommy Kuchar. Get a new Toyota or used car regardless of your credit, no credit, bad credit, or new credit. Call the Charles Toyota Credit Helpline and get pre-approved. 889-8375. 889-8375 and ask for Tommy. With 20 banks and millions for the first customers, apply in person or at charlestoyota.com. And remember, bad credit doesn't mean you're bad.
Movember. What an interesting way to look at man's health through the lens of a mustache. You can start off clean-shaven and then proceed to grow your mustache as a way to celebrate men actually talking about their health. Yeah, talking. When it comes to erectile dysfunction, talking is a great start. When you talk about it, you're one step closer to solving it. The next step, Metro Men's Health. Call us today and schedule your free evaluation. And let's talk about your ED and how you, like thousands of men, can achieve consistent, longer-lasting results with the new patent-pending technology called Linear Piezo Energy Protocol, allowing us to create treatment plans specifically to you. So this Movember, grow your mustache for men's health, and then let Metro Men's Health help you grow your relationship. Mention mustache and get your evaluation free, $150 value. Call Metro Men's Health and schedule your free evaluation at 401-214-9900, 401-214-9900, or MetroMen'sHealth.com.
Since 1949, Jem has been your neighbor, answering the call day and night. With over 165 trucks on the road, we'll be there when you need us most, keeping your system up and running or replacing it when the time comes. Right now, we're offering 0% financing for 60 months on a Carrier home comfort system. Turn to the experts. Over 70 years, watching out for our neighbors and still going strong. Call Jem today to arrange a virtual sales call or visit us at AskGem.com.
Ever wonder just how far an extra mile really goes? Drive a Mercedes-Benz van and find out. Start with a network of over 250 authorized dealerships, backed by a sales force ready to help you with everything from customization and service to financing options. They offer a variety of vans, like the durable Mercedes-Benz Sprinter or versatile Mercedes-Benz Metris, each tailored to match your work or play lifestyle. With options like blind spot assist and active lane keeping assist, plus MBUX voice command technology for directions, weather forecast, comfort control, and more.
The route is being calculated.
So whether you're enjoying life on the trail or working hard on the job, see how far an extra mile can really go by taking the first step into an authorized Mercedes-Benz van dealership for a test drive today. Mercedes-Benz Vans.
Some equipment described as optional.
Welcome to the new normal. Oh, and there's nothing normal about it. For over 40 years, Bloom Shapiro has been navigating businesses through uncharted times, innovating, anticipating, asking the questions no one else asks, creating solutions no one else can. From increased operational efficiency to advanced technology.
We have no money!
Bloom prepares businesses to not only
He's our executive director of diversity training.
step forward into
And we have no money!
.com.
You get in my house,
Turn the air conditioning vent. It's dark in here. How about some Honey Nut Cheerios?
Cheerio. Do I look like a child to you?
Honey Nut Cheerios are tasty and can help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet. Did you just...
No.
I'm pretty sure I heard him.
It was my driver.
You might want to get that thing checked out.
Have a change of heart. Honey Nut Cheerios. Learn more about Honey Nut Cheerios by picking up a box at your local store.
So, question. How far would you go for a friend? A ride to the airport? Have your sandwich? Donate a body part? I need a kidney transplant.
I have 2 kidneys, right?
Yeah.
Why do I need 2?
You don't.
Well, I guess who's getting a kidney?
Silicon Valley's Thomas Middleditch and Tony winner Emily Ashford.
Kidney buddies for life.
Be positive. New Thursday, 8:30, 7:30 Central on CBS.
Baloney for back to OMF on
All right, back here in OMF, Alex Quarterback is the manager of the Red Sox press conference and lasted almost an hour over at Fenway Park, and we're kind of recapping some of that. We'll get into football at the top of the hour, and then Bill Belichick coming up at 3:40, so a lot of Patriots still to come. Before the break, you wanted to get into, Lou, what happened with the Astros and the transition into the 2018 Red Sox.
Well, he was talking about why didn't you bring it with you? And I think a lot of people are like, well, if he cheated in Houston, obviously he brought it with him, in Boston, right? And I'll say this. We need to remember that stealing signs is legal. We do understand that, correct? How you do it is illegal, right? How Houston did it was illegal.
Wait, hold on. I thought stealing signs was an unwritten rule.
No, it's legal.
Oh, okay.
And it's why you get multiple signs at second. So
All right, I want to find that unwritten book. I want to find that
in
book.
other words, being out at second base and seeing tendencies from a pitcher and how he comes set, or seeing tendencies how a catcher calls signs, or how he sets up, or just sequences themselves, running through possible sequences on your own is legal, correct? Okay, we understand that. You didn't bring it with them because they were good at it already. Remember, what happened in Houston, if you go back, Alex Bregman complaining to the front office saying, listen, other teams are really good at stealing signs. How do we get better at it? That's the kind of birth of this code breaker thing the year before Alex got there. Because players on their team were like, we can't, how do we pick up these signs from second base? Like, what are other teams doing that we're not? When he came here to Boston, the guys that are on this team right now, some of the older guys or some of the core members of this group were very good at it. Like, period. Like, you remember, I mean, even in 17 or 16, the year before with the Yankees and the whole Apple Watch, that was an issue with the Apple Watch thing. But these guys worked at it. You can tell by a lot of guys how they set up as pitchers, catchers, everything else at second base. They were very good at picking up tipped pitches, front pitches. So when he walked in, I think he was amazed at how good a lot of these guys were at it already without needing any kind of like video or code-breaking system. And again, that's one of those things, like you said, you can believe it or not, but that was a long time ago.
See, I don't feel like that's too hard to believe. I don't think it's first of all, I think here in Boston, I think you would have picked up on it right away. Like, you would have. Calling a game, we'd have been like, dude, somebody's banging a trash can.
I don't know how they didn't pick up on it there.
I know, but I can easily, I don't know, maybe because, listen, I've never been out there to their stadium, so I'm not sure. But I can see at Fenway being there multiple times, like, it's just a little bit more, it's smaller and it seems more intimate.
Yeah.
So if you're calling a game, You see some dude banging a trash can?
Well, the thing
your
is this,
first
it's like-
instinct would say, why is this dude banging on a trash can?
Your first, answer to that would be like, obviously you're not going to bang a trash can, right? But what else?
I know, but that's
What else
what's
are they
attached to
doing?
them. It's the trash can. That's what people are bringing, to stadiums during, spring training. So I just feel like the obvious thing, I believe, of one. Two, the obvious answer is you wouldn't be able to get away with it here.
Yeah, some of the teams are very good at it. End of story. The Yankees are very good at this. The Dodgers are very good at this. The Red Sox are just very good at this. Because there's some team steps. What do you start with? What do you look for? When do you look for it? What am I looking for? I don't know. I want to learn. And by just having conversations with him and thinking about it and then watching and then implementing it, you start to pick up a lot of things. So, previous years before Alex even got here, these guys, they were working at it. And they were trying to pick up stuff. And it's not just fingers. It's catchers who give it away. It's catchers with a wide base. Obviously, it's a breaking ball. Why? Because he's got to get down and block it. Guys standing more feet closer together. It's a fastball. Yeah, I think it can't be a breaking ball. His feet will be wider and setting up early and late.
So that's organically stealing.
Yes, that's perfectly legal. That's like smarter than you.
Well, the biggest problem you had is after the Houston thing, everything became cheating. I think he was right. Everybody, the media, even the baseball media identified it. Matter of fact, Lou's story right now, that was the day that Lou Merlone learned how to cheat. At least he cheated from a great one in Robbie Elmore. But that's how
the hell do you think I had a home run off Randy Johnson? You think that was just a
Don't tell Randy. Randy wants it back.
Randy knows. Randy tip pitches his whole career. He's still dominant.
Put one of those asterisks next to that baby.
Fine. I beat him.
Yeah, I think it became a runaway train, and I remember us talking about it at the time that everybody thinks it's all cheating now, and they put everything into one basket, the cheating basket. I want to get into who made the choice here, because I think that's still the question that a lot of people have. Not that it makes that much of a difference, but the fact that it's a question everybody has. Was this the ownership that wanted Alex, or was this Chaim Bloom who wanted Alex? I'm not sure we really got an answer. But Tom Caron did ask that question pretty much in a certain way to Chaim Bloom when he made the choice.
Just the process, and Chaim, you talked about the conversations that you had. Those conversations got deeper. Chaim, maybe you begin with, at what point in that process, was it early on in talking to Alex that you started to realize this is the guy you wanted? Did that evolve over time? And then, Alex, you could follow up. You said you didn't expect this to happen. At what point in that process did you realize this might be happening?
I really, at that point, was trying to stay in the moment, and as we were headed to the meeting, I was really telling myself, you need to make sure you get every question answered that's on your mind, that you ask everything you need to ask. Again, not just for determining his fit as a manager, but also this is a big deal what happened, and it was an event that it took its toll on all of us. Obviously, Alex has described that with respect to himself, but we all went through something, and there was a lot to process.
I like the way he phrased this. This was a big deal, and it was. And it was a big deal for all of us. So it just didn't affect Alex because of the suspension. It involved the whole organization. And he's just taking that gig, and it's being thrown on his lap. I thought he was honest about it.
Yeah, and this whole thing about the dog and pony show, and I've said it a couple times, that, and Alex reiterated it today in the press conference, that he didn't know until, late Thursday afternoon,
Yeah,
Thursday
he's been
night.
saying that all along.
He didn't know Thursday morning, late morning. He had no clue where this thing was going. He really didn't. And I think in the back of his mind, he was wondering, if Chaim Bloom was all in. And that goes back to that Chad Jennings piece yesterday where a source told him part of that conversation was, he asked Chaim Bloom, do you trust me? And I think that was important for Alex to know as well. He didn't know where this was going.
Yeah.
So if dog and pony show, I think Chaim Bloom, I don't know, part of me thinks that Chaim Bloom went into this process not wanting Alex, like wanting to move on, like he's going to interview him out of respect. He respects him as a manager. He knows that he might be the right guy for this job. But in the end, it's like he wanted to move forward. But after interviewing him, just comparing him, he's like, he realized what he was looking for was Alex, or the next Alex. And it's not like Alex is 76 years old. You know what I mean? He's still a young manager. So why am I trying hard to look for the next Alex when he's right there in front of my face and I know it already fits?
Yeah, I also think it was interesting because we were talking a lot about this yesterday. Where was the ownership group? And again, I think one of you said this yesterday, maybe they're not comfortable with John Henry up there at the podium. They probably are not. But second of all, I think it would have got more heated today about questions to the ownership of whether they pushed this and whether this was Hines' decision. By allowing Sam Kennedy to kind of lead the thing and go to Hines and let him kind of establish it, they kept that out. If you notice, the media really didn't beat up on it. Matter of fact, the only question that was asked about the ownership group that I saw with Alex, and we missed the last 20 minutes of it, is he was asked about the ownership group and his conversations, and he said, I just talked to the ownership group today for the first time.
Yeah.
So he had not had any conversation. Doesn't mean that the ownership group wasn't pushing Hein Bloom to say, we want Alex Cora, but they were smart enough to keep out of conversation apparently with Alex.
Yeah, I think it's weak, and it's real odd and random, and I think Lou is on it. I feel like they just don't trust what they can say. They think their words are going to be twisted. I think people are going to read into what they say no matter how they say it or what they say. So they throw out your chief baseball officer, your GM, and then your president and CEO, and your new manager. Alex Cora 2.0, here we go. I just feel like anytime with such a significant move, with so much criticism attached to this move, I feel like there needs to be leadership there. Now, I know these guys are leaders of this team, Bloom and Sam Kennedy and O'Halloran, but there needs to be, at least off to the side, the ownership that is just nodding their head in approval. At least in a show of support. Hey, I'm here. Big day, emotional day. Hell, when Sam Kennedy was introducing Cora, it was like, man, he was happy, he was giggly, he was grinning from ear to ear. Welcome home, Alex, where you belong. Great day for the Red Sox organization. You should be proud of it. He's proud of it, so come on out and show your support.
So apparently Hein Bloom was asked about the influence of the owners, and this is what he said.
I've seen some of the stuff out there, and I'm not sure anybody's going to believe me, but I think, but I'll tell you the truth anyway. I think first and foremost, look, it was important that they play a role. They're responsible for the entire organization, and I respect. There's a lot of different opinions out there on Alex and on what he did and what that should mean for any organization that might think about employing him. And it's obviously important since they're responsible for the organization, for me to know how they felt. So not only do I think that was appropriate, I actually think it was necessary really to know how they felt. And they also made sure that I knew that if I or baseball ops felt differently, then that was okay too. But I think that's important just given how big a decision this is for the organization and know how the people who are responsible for the organization would feel.
That's a good answer. He's basically saying, hey, yeah, you got to listen to the ownership,
Well, I think the biggest part from ownership was, if I decide to bring Alex back, I want to make sure you're okay with it. Right. Optics, you did move on from the guy, it was an embarrassment, for your organization. Your manager is caught up in all this. He was suspended by baseball. And I think that's really the answer that matters, right? And I think a lot of us agree that, I'm sure, ownership said, yeah, it's okay. If you hire him, of course, we'd love to have him back. So I think that should have been the only involvement from ownership. Are you okay with bringing him back? Now let me decide whether I want to bring him back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all if there was more influence by the ownership, but at least I would say that Hein Bloom is at least addressing it. And I think that's a smart way of doing it.
Alex kept talking about lessons learned, and I think the biggest thing that comes out of it, and again, we forget he's only been a manager in this league for 2 years, and he's made mistakes. Even in 2019, I'm sure he'd like to go back and maybe replay that year somehow, whatever it is, right?
Certainly the first couple of months.
I think the biggest thing that has happened to him as far as growth as a manager and a person, whatever, is he was humbled. This was a guy that stepped in as bench coach and won a World Series his first year on the field. Then stepped in as manager and won 108 games and won the World Series again. And I think it's actually impossible to walk around and not think you have all the answers, and not think everything you touch is gold, and not think that this game is easy, and not think that every single plan you come up with is going to work, because it has. And I think what happened in 19 humbled them. This is the ultimate. So I think, if anything, that is probably the biggest lesson, that this guy, was cocky, and probably thought he was Superman, when it came to a lot of stuff, after the success he had. And I think now I think he was.
Yeah, it's interesting you mention that, because I remember you brought that up when he started to have some problems initially at the beginning of that, certainly out of spring training. And I remember us asking him that question about life being so easy in your first 2 years. And he kind of wrote it off. You're right. And I remember the answer by him, and I don't remember the specific words, but he kind of, said, no, I understand. I think you're right. I don't think he understood. Well, I think this does humble him. I think this puts him in a different position where people are going to look at him differently now than they did before.
My guess is that he's now ready to turn the page.
Ooh, there you go.
And start a new chapter, because that goes into it too. Again, I've had so much success. Why would I turn the page? All I've done is won World Series. I'm just writing a new chapter. Why would I turn the page? Now
I want to keep the train moving.
Nope. Now we're gonna write a new book.
This is officially a new model.
He went against the Bill Belichick.
Yeah, we're gonna write a new book.
Turning the page.
Yeah, it's a new model.
So I think he's
It is interesting just to see just the difference in the two first go round and second go round. So I mean, the questions remaining as far as the details. I do feel like I don't know that still needs to be some answers. I still feel like there's a lot of questions I have for him, and we'll get to ask him on Thursday when he comes on.
Why don't you bring a trash can in with you on Thursday?
Is it too early to joke about it?
You can demonstrate it and say, how do you do this? How do you hit it?
Is it too early to joke about it? Is it too early to joke about it? So how long do I have to wait? What if he trips on a trash can? I mean, when can we joke about it?
You better not laugh.
Trash can jokes. It's going to bother you, trash can jokes, because you're going to hear a lot of trash can.
See, I think what I do with the human element of this kind of intrigues me. He walks out there in the beginning. I'm sure there was a lot of anxiety because when you walk out, you just think people are judging you, and just even though they probably aren't, or maybe some are, but most probably aren't. They just want to hear what you have to say. And there's got to be some shame walking out there and taking your spot and kind of just taking your licks and just dealing with the questions and having to. And I'm sure that they met with people to kind of coach them up on what to say and how not to get caught up in this trap. And this guy asked you a question about 2017. If you knew it was wrong in 2017, why did it take you getting caught to feel bad about it? To feel sorry about it?
And
questions that are detailed and need a little bit more explaining, which nobody wants. Which in the end, I don't want to give you an explanation. But it's like, what do you want me to do?
I hate to tell you though, people are disingenuous when you ask them after the fact, and they sit there and they think they were doing something wrong when it was actually happening, but they didn't say anything until they finally got caught. So the only reason you're fessing up right now is you got caught.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't be.
You weren't gonna, if you never got caught, you weren't going to tell anybody, right? We would never have known about it. I mean, that's a little bit disingenuous.
Yeah, I agree.
So you deal with the fact that you did get caught, and oh bleep, I'm screwed, and now I do have to do the mea culpa and say I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, and I'm sorry. All right, this hour has been sponsored by 495 Black Friday event at 495 Chrysler Jeep. Get your new Jeep SUV and Ram truck today. So I'm wondering, the Patriots won a game last night. Matter of fact, they put 30 points up on the board at 27. Are we feeling good today, or are we not feeling so good? We get to it coming up next, and then Bill Belichick at 3:40.
It's Patriots Monday on EEI. Cam Newton on the Greg Hill Show as he reacts to the win over the Jets.
To manage to win those games, I find ways to win. It builds character, and it builds team chemistry, and it builds team confidence. We're able to just still stay relaxed and be able to, find ways to win because we've been in these situations so many times this year.
The only place to hear Cam Newton each and every Patriots Monday. Sports Radio.
Hi, this is Jim Langway of Langway Toyota of Newport. Newport Life magazine has just named Langway Toyota as the Reader's Choice Best Car Dealership of Newport County. Thank you to everyone who voted us as the best of Newport, and we all appreciate the confidence and trust you put in our dealership every day. We promise to continue to serve our local community in an honest and reputable manner for years to come. Thank you.
Langway Toyota of Newport, Route 138, Newport.
With today's busy schedule, you don't have time to shop for floor covering, so Factory Carpet Outlet is on the go with a
shop and home service just for you. Just call 726-3000 and an FCO professional will bring carpet and flooring samples to your home. Factory Carpet Outlet, the flooring experts, so you don't have to be. Right now, FCO is offering 0% financing with no payments until next year. And it can be installed the next day. So take a minute and call today. 726-3000 on the go at FCO.
For a personalized, family-oriented financial experience, visit St. Dominic's Federal Credit Union in Swansea. Come utilize their services in branch or online, wherever, whenever, and for whatever your needs are. Use their mobile app to check balances, view transactions, transfer funds, and pay bills. Deposit checks with remote deposit capture. Introduce your family to the St. Dominic's family, or visit them online at stfcreditunion.org. At St. Dominic's, their members are their family. Membership eligibility required.
Hey, it's Dale. We all want two features when choosing a weight loss program: to lose weight every week and to be doctor recommended. Here's Dr. Laura Carmen, an Awaken 180 client and primary care physician in Medford, Massachusetts.
Weight loss can be a very lonely process, especially if you're doing it alone. Having a coach there to encourage you and help maintain your progress keeps you motivated to continue the program. Even if you have a week where you don't lose as much as the other, they will troubleshoot with you, figure out what happened, and then fix it for the next week so that you're guaranteed success when you come back the following week. I definitely would recommend Awaken 180 to my patients, especially those who have tried dieting and find that it's just too complicated, or they're not sure why they're not having the success that they feel they should have based on the efforts they're putting in. Awaken 180 Weight Loss tailors a program to you and your body, and the coaches are there to adjust it as needed so that you can achieve the results you want.
Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
You save thousands when you ask for Tony. The end of the model year means the best savings at Antonino Acura. Check out these leftover 2020 blowout prices. Save $5,000 on all 2020 RDXs. Save $7,000 on all 2020 TLXs. And save $10,000 on all 2020 MDXs. You'll save thousands when you ask for Tony. Call 860-469-6069. AntoninoAcura.com. 340 Gold Star Highway Drive. See dealer for details.
T-Mobile for Business knows saving time and money is important for your business. That's why we're introducing Microsoft 365 on us, now included in our best business plans. With Office apps, Microsoft Teams, cloud storage, and more, Microsoft 365 on us gives you the tools you need to run your business. Stop by a T-Mobile store today. Qualifying plan required. Contact us to activate. One license per line, max 2 per account. Third-party terms apply. See T-Mobile.com for plan details.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Of course we can help you with that oil change. Doing it yourself is a great way to save some money. Right now you can get 5 quarts of Castrol GTX high mileage motor oil and an STP oil filter for just $28.99. And we've got even more ways to get it. Just order online with our next day delivery or free same day store pickup. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions at AutoZone.com.
I bought football tickets for my husband, and now I'm in a football bubble. All I see online are articles and ads about football. I hate feeling manipulated. I downloaded DuckDuckGo, and I saw a difference right away. Get privacy online with DuckDuckGo.
Wendy's new classic chicken sandwich is now in the 2 for $5. And that's reason to celebrate. And then take your mouth on a victory lap with the iconic Dave's Single, the delicious spicy chicken sandwich, spicy or crispy 10-piece nuggets, or just get another classic chicken sandwich. Taste greatness today with Wendy's 2 for $5. We got you.
Patriot Subaru North Attleboro has the hard-to-find Subaru models. And right now, save up to $3,500 off MSRP on all in-stock Subaru Forester and Crosstrek models. Yes, up to $3,500 off MSRP. Relax and feel the difference at Patriot.
Oh my God, kids had a campfire out here.
Wake up with the Craig Hill Show. The Craig Hill Show, morning 6 to 10. WVIFM and WVIFM.
They probably even fornicate.
103.7.
They probably even have heterosexual sex.
Sports Station. Broadcasting from a Shaw Star Market Studios, the home of Broadway, Merloni, and Fourier. Afternoons 3 to 6. This is Sports Radio 93.7 WEIFM and HD1 Lawrence, Boston. Radio.com sports station. This is Patriots
somebody, and I'll start with you, Christian. Is there any reason for optimism after watching that game and that comeback win by the New England Patriots?
Oh, sure.
We might win a second game this season.
This was a good win. This was a hell of a good win. And listen, you call it potato, I call it potato. This was a good win.
More win Monday.
No, this is different. That was the loss to Seattle. I look at what happened to them against Seattle, against Denver, and against Buffalo. 3 games where they found themselves in winning situations. They had opportunities to win the game. They were doing everything right. The execution, it was all working out perfectly. For one reason or another, whether it be Cam Newton not being able to get in the end zone against Seattle, Jacoby Myers turning the wrong way, or N'Keal Harry turning the wrong way against Denver, or Cam Newton fumbling the ball against Buffalo. I look at that last series that they had. Actually, I'll start with their touchdown when they were able to tie it up. So they tied the game up after going 11 plays, 72 yards in the fourth quarter, and to tie it up with 1 minute and 57 seconds left. Your defense decides to wake up and has its best series, and the Jets go 3 and out. You get the ball back on your own 22 with 47 seconds left. And then you go James White, right guard. Then you go Cam Newton, pass to James White again. Suddenly your screen starts working. You start using your screen passes. And then it's 3rd and 1. And all the while the clock is ticking and you have a timeout left, but nobody's using it. And you're sitting there going, what are they doing? What are they doing? You have all these timeouts. Use them. They don't. They go ahead and get the first down. They kill the clock. Now they got an opportunity with 9 seconds left to get the ball. 8 seconds left. Big pass to Jacoby Myers. Shut up, Glenn. What gives you 20 yards? To me, when you talk about good wins, the execution was phenomenal. I don't know if you guys understand how unbelievably difficult this is in an unbelievably chaotic, stressful situation with a lot of moving parts. The Patriots did an awesome job handling it for the first time all year.
Yes, you know why? Because they beat the worst team in football, who's now 0-9.
Doesn't matter.
Nothing has changed whatsoever. You can talk about
I didn't say anything changed.
Down the
it's a good
stretch.
win.
It's a good win, but nothing has changed. This is the worst team in football. And you were trailing with 5.5 minutes to go, and you're down 7, and sure, you executed, right? You went right down the field, you scored, you kicked the field goal with no time left, so you won the football game. But what has really changed? A 2-5 football team is now 3-5 because they beat the worst team in football. Nothing has changed. Nothing at all. Their next 7 games before they get to play this trash team again. Okay, I don't feel any differently. I don't think that they're going to, all of a sudden with 8 games to go 6-2 or 5-3. No. If anything, it's 2-6, 3-5 at best. The way nothing has changed other than, I'll give you credit, they finally executed down the stretch. And maybe the reason why they did was because the team they played is a freaking embarrassment. That's
well, again, we're not talking about Glenn, them tripping over their shoelaces and then falling into the end zone and the ball falling on somebody's lap. I do not think, listen, they've been plagued by penalties, procedure penalties, the moving, not lining up correctly. I mean, it was a disaster. I would say, under the circumstances, and based on, you had a bunch of babies out there. You didn't have any vets out there. You had some good offensive line, but all your receivers were babies.
Better personnel overall on both sides.
I don't know about that.
You say not tripping? Jeez, I remember a 3rd down situation in which Cam Newton trailed out of the pocket and tripped and fell. Oh, good news. Hold on, good news. The Jets had 12 guys out on the field when you tried to kick the field goal. I mean, come on. They got some great... Listen, I know you can't purposely go out there and tank. I understand that. Nobody has to lecture me on, what did you expect them to do, tank? No, I don't expect players to go out there and tank. It's a competitive go out there and you're going to play your best. I would have been happy, maybe not ecstatic, but happy if I realized that this was still a pretty good football team. And I would have done that if they won 30-6, 30-10, if there was a decisive victory by the New England Patriots. And then I also would have been pretty excited if I learned that I had a team that was clearly looking towards the future. You know what I got? I got a tweener. I got an in-betweener.
Worst place to be.
The worst place to be. It's doing nothing for me. So they're going to end up winning 6 games, 7 games, and they're not going to have the opportunity to add maybe that key piece that is going to bring them back to relevancy and do it in a hurry. And let me give you another one, because the two teams they've been able to throw, and I don't want to say anything bad about Cam Newton. I thought he played his ass off. I thought he played a fairly clean game. He didn't drop the ball. I will say this, it shows you again how important coaching is. They kept a very strict, conservative game plan. This is how we're going to do it. But do you really believe it's a coincidence that 2 of the biggest receiver days, yardage-wise, not just in this season, but in the last 15 or 20 seasons, was Julian Edelman with Cam Newton throwing to him against Seattle, and last night, Jacoby Myers. Who? Jacoby Myers having a big game again with Cam Newton, not Tom Brady, but Cam Newton throwing the ball to him. And guess what? It was the only guy in either one of those games that Cam Newton was even looking at throwing the ball to. That tells you the secondary is just awful for the Jets, awful for Seattle. It's not a coincidence that that's where they got the bulk of their offensive movement, because the other team is awful. Does anybody believe it's going to happen with Baltimore this week?
No, nobody does. But here's the point. They're right where they were going to be all along. You just got tripped up based on how poorly they played and how bad they looked against Denver, how bad and worse when they looked against San Francisco. I'm not saying they're a good team. I'm not sitting there putting lipstick on this pig. All you have to do is look at the offensive personnel and the defensive personnel. Really, the defensive personnel, especially last week. I mean, yesterday when you had no Gilmore, no Guy, and then who else was the other guy?
Bentley.
And no Bentley. Three of your stars were gone. So that's not my point. But when it comes to, this is a terrible win. No, this is a good win. There's no such thing as bad wins. Oh, actually, there is when you actually do trip and you fall on the ball. Okay, but those are lucky wins. But the point is, I didn't think they were capable of this. And I look at Cam Newton.
But beating the Jets?
Go look at the last plays of the game. The 8 plays that ended this game when the Patriots had the ball with 47 seconds left on the 22. Go look at that sequence. I mean, I'm telling you, that is textbook. So last week, when I said coaching is irrelevant, I'm wrong. This proves that I was wrong, because I'm going to take my punishment, because these types of plays, this sequence, this situational football managed and executed to the 10th degree, to the best I've seen it.
Thank you.
Is why you win games against the crappy ones. Now, you'll never beat the Baltimore Ravens. They're too talented. So your personnel is so bad, coaching becomes irrelevant.
Here's what I'm gathering. You're in the acceptance phase. That this team is awful, and you'll just take the win, and maybe that's what we should be. If you're accepted that this team is bad, then obviously you're going to sit there and say, listen, it's a win. I don't think this team's very good, so I'm going to enjoy that W last night. But the reality is, they played one of the worst offenses in football. They were trailing with 5 minutes to go. They put up 27, and their quarterback looked like he was a Super Bowl MVP quarterback, the run he had. Offensively, they executed, sure. But nothing has really changed. This was the one game. When you look at their schedule, you might say 2 or 3 games, the Jets twice and the Texans maybe, where they say they should win this game. I mean, because the other teams they're playing are horrible. So they beat them by 3. Like, I'm not going to get overly excited.
Hold on. Who's getting overly excited?
It's a great win.
I said you just said it was a great win.
No, it's not a great win.
It is no. Except you has nothing to do with this. And I'm basically in the end. This is that I told you so. In the end, they will be 7-9, 8-8.
No chance.
That's exactly so. I got them still going 8-8. This is what happens. You lose to the elite teams. You have to beat the crappy teams, which is kind of where you are right now, but coaching makes up for the difference. And then there's teams like Buffalo and San Francisco that aren't great, but they just got better players than you. So you have to play perfect, and if you don't, you're going to get housed. So you end up, in the end, being a 50-50 below 500 team.
Can you do the math? Are you telling me that they're going to go 5-3 the rest of the way?
No chance.
No,
I think there's a chance.
They might go 3-5 and they win 6 games.
Okay, well then lose right. They win 6 games. I think they'll win more than that.
Oh, 5 games?
How are they going 5-3?
If they're not so they go 7-9.
Can I give you 4? Can I give you another one? I'll give you another one. By the last game of the season, that's when they play the Jets. The Jets may have already wrapped up the quarterback sweepstakes, okay? So they may already have Trevor Lawrence at that point. They may be able to actually go out there and try to win that game. So I just don't see it. I really don't, and I don't know what the gain is. And I think what it comes down to is, we've said this all week, that the way they're building the roster, the way they're taking people off the roster and maneuvering the roster, you almost get the feeling, and the way Bill's talked over the last couple of weeks, that they understand where they're going as an organization, as the general manager. But the coach and the other coaches, and I'm not saying that you can create a good culture if you tell them, the other coaches, wink, wink, let's not do this, let's not do that. But you're right about the coaching. Coaching is the difference. Coaching won that game last night.
See, coaching...
the general manager probably played it to lose last night, but the coach...
No, they tried to
win.
win. The point is, like, everything that you thought... I don't think Adam Gase actually lost in the game. I think Joe Flacco, like we thought... Well, he was proving me wrong, too, because he was playing great. But then in the end, well, that is his call. He was on. He did his post game interview, and he said he would have done it any differently. Talk about arrogance and stupidity. The guy was double covered. Like, you overthrew the receiver, and J.C. Jackson, after getting just embarrassed multiple times, made an unbelievable play, which basically kept you in the game and saved your opportunity. That's how that. So in the end, Joe Flacco lost you the game because he couldn't help himself, because he was too greedy. He wanted to keep throwing the ball. It was obvious that they were picking on J.C. Jackson. Yeah. Like, every single opportunity they had on a one-on-one situation, they were throwing it up there. The dude dropped the ball in the first quarter. Yeah. Should have been a touchdown on J.C. Jackson.
But again, I don't understand. Like, honestly, this team wins that game. And there's still people out there like, oh, this is proof they're not tanking. Again, everybody's got a different definition of tanking, and nobody can understand it. It's like, oh, Bill Belichick was coaching that game to win. Sure he was. Sure he was. There's no question about it. But this roster, this team, if you don't think it was better for this team and the future of this organization to lose that game last night, I can't really help them. Like, right now, they're like the 11th pick. They should be having the 5th or 6th if they drop this game. You know, this is the future of this organization is about finding a quarterback in the draft. Is there a guarantee? No. But right now, they should be 2 and 6. They should lose that game, and they should be sitting there with the 5th pick and potentially sit right around there. That's what's best for this team. Last night was not evidence that they're not tanking. It's evidence that they're still trying, but there's a difference, and people just don't understand the word tank and what it means.
Yeah. I swear to God, Christian, if they had gone out and dominated the Jets last night and won it, as I said, 30-3, and the defense, and we're going to get to that next, because that's where you really have to have some questions now. If the defense had really shut them down, I would come in here today and I would say maybe that great win, because I still think you need more good players on the roster. But I would say it's a good win. They're not as bad as I thought they were. And look at the defense and look at the secondary. Bill's got to fill some spots, but there aren't that many spots to fill. I came out of that game last night saying there are a lot of spots to fill. And all they're doing is taking themselves further away from those spots, those positions where they can get those players. We'll delve into it coming up next, because the secondary really did struggle in that game last night. Bill Belichick is coming up today.
Hi, Bill.
3:40. Hi, Bill.
OMF, weekdays from 2 to 6. Now here's what's trending on WEEI.
Trending and brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. It's November and you're now settling into a new routine, so why not make losing weight with Awaken 180 part of your new routine? Fast weight loss and then free support for life. The Red Sox have reintroduced Alex Cora as new manager here in Boston. Cora says the situation is part of who he is as a manager and as a man, and stressed that this is not a comeback story. Alex Cora will join Ordway, Maloney, and Fourier this Thursday afternoon to talk about his return to Boston. Bill Belichick, meanwhile, will join OMF this afternoon at 3:40, about 25 minutes from now this afternoon, to react to yesterday's win in New York. And the Celtics family has lost a legend today. Player, coach, and beloved broadcaster Tommy Heinsohn passed away at 86 years old. Celtics ownership did release a statement that read in part, "This is a devastating loss. Tommy was the ultimate Celtic. He will be remembered forever." Heineken is giving you a chance to win $1 million. Look for a code on your Heineken holiday bottle and text HOLIDAY to 77000 for a chance to win $1 million. Must be 21 years or older. Visit Heineken.com for details. Enjoy responsibly. Heineken USA, White Plains, New York. I'm Tyler Devitt. That's what's trending on WEI. More of OMF coming up next.
Colonoscopy screenings are critical for early detection of colon cancer. I'm Ted Hong, GI radiation oncologist at the Mass General Cancer Center. During the COVID-19 pandemic, many people have been delaying life-saving colonoscopy screenings, putting themselves at risk. Please don't put off your care. Our entire multidisciplinary team is ready to work with you. Call for your colonoscopy today. Colon cancer isn't waiting for COVID-19, and neither should you.
Yes. Kubota year-end incentives are underway, which means homeowners can now get that zero-turn mower or utility tractors financing on most inventory. And this group of Kubota dealers has lots of incentives and inventory for commercial buyers to capitalize on year-end tax benefits. Visit Chapel Tractor in Milford, Brentwood, and Concord, New Hampshire, Union Farm Equipment in Union, Maine, Ahern Equipment in Spencer, Mass, or MB Tractor across Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, and Connecticut.
You can't choose what kind of weather New England may throw at you. But with Toyota, you can choose how to deal with it. You see, Toyota now has 15 different models available with all-wheel drive or four-wheel drive for you to choose from, making your New England Toyota dealer your all-wheel drive headquarters this winter. Experience the powerful Camry all-wheel drive, or the versatile Prius with electric all-wheel drive, or the sophisticated Highlander all-wheel drive, or the advanced Highlander hybrid all-wheel drive, or the adventure-seeking RAV4 all-wheel drive, or the fast RAV4 hybrid all-wheel drive, or the all-new Venza hybrid all-wheel drive. This is just a handful of Toyota vehicles with winter conquering credentials. See and learn more at buyatoyota.com. You can't choose what kind of weather New England may throw your way, but you can choose to get ready for it by contacting your New England Toyota dealer today. Your New England Toyota dealer, your all-wheel drive headquarters. Toyota, let's go places.
Bud Light seltzer, huh?
Yep.
And it tastes like a hard seltzer, not a beer?
Yep.
So it's light and refreshing?
Yep.
With a hint of fruit flavor?
Yep.
And 100 calories?
Yep.
You said this is Bud Light seltzer?
Yep.
Well, I need to try it.
Yep.
Oh, that tastes great.
Yep.
Now, wait, are you just yupping me?
Nope.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beers, beer in Texas, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Shaw's and Star Market, they care about your health and safety, and they're making it easy to protect yourself and others by offering flu shots for free with most insurance at their pharmacy. No copay unless required by your plan. Now get your vaccination today from their specially trained pharmacist and earn 10% off your next grocery purchase, up to $200 with any immunization. Restrictions apply. Now visit their website at shaws.com/flu or starmarket.com/flu to learn more about safety precautions, facts about the flu, and how to get your vaccination today.
Lately, our houses have been more than homes.
4 times 4 is 16.
They've been classrooms,
Oh, you're on mute.
offices, and for Harvard Pilgrim members, namaste, yoga studios,
Beavers?
the doctor's office. That sounds really hard. And a place to focus on your mental well-being. From virtual fitness classes to a range of telehealth options to behavioral health support, Harvard Pilgrim has benefits to access from home to help you stay healthy and happy. Learn more at harvardpilgrim.org.
Dan O'Brien here to let you know the Dan O'Brien Auto Group is a proud sponsor of Gillette Stadium and all the awesome events that take place here. Speaking of awesome, when you buy your new or pre-owned vehicle from the Dan O'Brien Automotive Group, you get our exclusive Awesome Protection Plan. That's 1 year of maintenance, 1 year of paintless dead repair, free safety inspections for you and your entire household for as long as you own the car, and our exclusive Awesome Lifetime Warranty. Come get yours today. Dan O'Brien Auto Group, keeping it awesome. Log on down to DanO'BrienAutoGroup.com.
Hi, Matthew Slater here, New England Special Teams captain. The pandemic is forcing New Englanders into isolation. While social distancing isn't easy for anyone, it's hitting individuals in the recovery community particularly hard. People who are recovering from a substance use disorder are finding it difficult to maintain sobriety with their routine of movement, and many are relapsing due to feelings of loneliness, anxiety, and boredom. If you or a loved one has relapsed, it's okay to ask for help. Call my friends at AdCare at 1-800-ALCOHOL or visit adcare.com.
This is Matt Light. In my 11 seasons with the New England Patriots, we pulled out some of the biggest wins in history, including the Pats' first championship. What helped us win that championship? An active game plan, working as a team, and focusing on results. Putnam Investments approaches investing the same way. Find out more at putnam.com/alwaysactive. Putnam Investments, proud partner of the New England Patriots.
The 99 would like to thank our active military and veterans for their service to our country with a Veterans Day special. All active military and veterans will receive a free lunch from a special menu with purchase of another entree on Wednesday, November 11th at all 99 restaurants.
On Twitter at Glenn D. Ordway.
Doesn't like fun.
That's OMS.
On WEEI.
Well, I'm being really nice today for the Jets. They're bad at everything. And let's just go look at their offensive rankings at the midpoint of the season. Total offense?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Points, 32.
Okay, what else?
Passing yards,
30 seconds.
Flacco off play action, drops the throw. Looks downfield off 1 foot. Fires a bomb up the right side. And it's caught by Perriman. Touchdown. He beat J.C. Jackson. Yards to play.
30 seconds.
First down.
32.
Yeah. Flacco off the shotgun to the Patriots. 20-yard line. Drops back to throw. Lobs one. Back to the it is caught by Crowder, but he's out of bounds. The Jets believe it's a touchdown as well, and it's going to be. Third down.
30 seconds.
Okay. Red zone. Lobs one. Right side. Looking for Perriman in the end zone. He's got it. That's a Jet touchdown. The second of the night for Rashad Perriman. TDs.
32. 32.
Yeah, Patriot players all not anywhere near Perriman as one of them fell down.
Reality hits because I think offensively we knew this team was challenged. You like the offensive line, but you're looking at it saying, all right, the running back, they got a couple guys that are pretty good. Damian Harris has shown something, though might have got hurt last night. But other skilled players, wide receiver, there are no tight ends. I mean, now the defense against a New York Jets offense that's been averaging 10 points a game over the last 4 or 5 games. And going into the fourth quarter, Joe Flacco against your defense had a passer rating of 150 yards. He ended up with 128.7, which is still spectacular. It is unbelievable.
That's the highest quarterback rating he's had since October 12, 2014.
Oh, my God.
They just played differently back then. It's a whole different game. What are we talking about?
2014.
And I caution you in that we all have come to the conclusion that Stephon Gilmore is not going to be part of this team. So you saw life without
How about next week? How about this week? How about this week?
We all like J.C. Jackson last night. I'm sorry, thank God he got that interception because he had himself a rough day.
If he doesn't get that interception, he's walking.
I think there are more questions today about this team. The 27 points that the Jets got where they back up washed up quarterback is the reason that I'm worried about this.
No, and listen, I will give him credit. There was a couple throws that were nice. The Crowder touchdown, how he got that ball in and how Crowder got both his feet in bounds. That was an unbelievable professional play. Great job. And some of the other ones, man, he just rolls right. The first one, he just flicks it, and that sucker just keeps going. I mean, he's a great deep ball thrower. That's what he was always good at. So it's not surprising. His issue is that he kind of gets stuck in the mud and his feet can't move, and then it's easy to kind of sack him, which they ended up getting to him. And they decided that they were going to blitz him. And it was working for the most part, but you knew, man, like you were going to have to pick your battles. And then the fact that they had the ball at 2 opportunities and they just couldn't do anything with it. So, yeah, I would say to lose points, nothing has changed.
No.
I don't think anything has changed other than the fact that if this secondary continues to kind of, fall down that hole and just become a shell of itself, because I don't think either McCourty played well. I think J.C. Jackson redeemed himself. Still didn't play well, but he redeemed himself and made a big enough play, an impactful play that the coaches say, attaboy, we won't yell at you just yet. And it was a difference. It was one of the differences in the game.
Well, I think you're right. On that last drive, I think that sending extra rushers, putting pressure on Flacco, really was the difference in the game. See, if you don't do that, you lose the game.
That's the thing. I think for a while, like my biggest concern was always, this offense. We even said it yesterday. How many points can this team score, right? They didn't cover. They did score 30. I never thought they'd be able to do that. So the concern and the focus has been on the offense. And I would say last night, Cam Newton looked good. And they ran the ball effectively. Like, offensively, it looked like an NFL football game for the New England Patriots. It's just all that good feeling you had about what you saw from the offense went away when you watched this team play defense. It was amazing. And I know people are saying, well, they finally got all their weapons back. Okay, Rashad Perriman, Jamison Crowder's good, but I feel like he only had that touchdown catch. That's really all he had going for him.
Yeah.
The kid Mims they had in the second round, he was effective as well. And Joe Flacco in his passing offense looked he says, well, Anthony played there sometime too, and Josh was more of a third down role in this game. 4 snaps for Josh. As a matter of fact, let's throw Kyle Duggar in there at 4 snaps as well. 18 snaps from your couple of second-round picks and a third-round pick. And oh, by the way, your other third-round picks are the tight ends who didn't play. With a team as decimated as this, I don't get it. How does Terez Hall get the start at linebacker over your 2 draft picks, second, third-round picks? How's that happen?
I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. It's got to be a trust issue. It's got to be some sort of.
So you trust the practice squad guy more than the guys who drafted?
I mean, he was there last year. Maybe, I don't know.
Why is he playing over these guys? Jennings has been playing.
I agree with you.
The last few weeks.
To me, so my answer is it's got to be a trust thing. They just. It's why Stidham stopped playing. It's why Winovich is in and out. Maybe it's situational. I have no idea. But you tell me you can't find a position for Duggar? But Duggar had an ankle, so he was kind of thrown in there slowly. So maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe they're trying to ease his way back into it. But even with that, like if the guy's suited up and he's healthy, like you tell me you can't bring that guy in the box and find a role for him and just like
what are Anthony Jennings and Josh Uche? What are they?
Well, I think they're both inside linebackers.
To stop the run?
Well, I mean, I think it is to be determined. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Stop the run.
How does a practice guy get elevated to start and play that much snaps over the 2 kids you just drafted?
Because I think that Bill Belichick does, as Christian said, if he watches practice every day and he has trust in somebody, it doesn't make a difference whether the guy was drafted the 1st, the 7th, or a non-drafted player he's going to play. It says more about what Josh Uche and Anthony Jennings and others are not doing right now because they were drafted up high in the draft for a third round. Correct. It speaks more to them. So are they just that far behind the learning curve? I'm not taking anything away from Terez Hall. I was amazed as well. Looking at the box score at the end of the game, you sit there going, Terez Hall had more snaps than any of these other guys at linebacker, and we had no idea who he was before the game.
A linebacker, Josh Uche, 2nd round, Michigan. Anthony Jennings, 3rd round, Alabama. And here comes Terez Hall off your practice squad. I don't know what to say. Where you go with that? Like you said, you watch his practice, and this practice squad guy's better than the kids you took in the 2nd, 3rd round.
And who knows, he might have been better in that game than what those other guys would have been if they got more snaps. I don't know.
I mean, do we
think any of us know the answer, but
roster's like decimated. You know, I mean, there isn't much there. You've got your 2 second-round picks, and Duggar and Uche don't play. Jennings apparently practice squad's better than this guy. Your 2 tight ends, or your 3rd-round picks, can't play. Your 5th-round pick is basically on practice squad on the top. At least you got a win here. Holy smokes.
All right, we're going to talk with Bill Belichick coming up the next segment. We will eventually get to your phone calls and talk to you about what you saw in that game last night. Good win, so-so, bad win, whatever. 617-779-7937. Right here on OM.
Patriots Monday on EEI. Up next, the greatest coach of all time, Bill Belichick, joins OMF to talk about the win. This is EEI.
Bobby Bro with CargoShip.com. We're the dealer at the end of your driveway. People love that we bring the car and the 2-day test drive and the paperwork to their driveway. It's how we sold 30 Volts in 30 days and 100 Silverados in 100 days. Let us save you time and money with these incredible new car deals. A new 2020 Chevy EV Bolt for $23,990. That's a savings of $15,800, and you'll never pay for gas. Choose from 15. Want an SUV? We've got them. Over 45 new sporty Chevy Trax starting at $16,999. Over 30 of the best-selling Chevy Equinoxes. The all-new Chevy Trailblazer, Blazer, Tahoe, and Suburbans too. Our best value, the new 2021 Chevy Spark at an amazing $13,990. Auto transmission and AC for only $13,990 and only 23 in stock, so don't wait. Go to CargoShop.com and we'll bring your next vehicle to you. CargoShop.com, we're the 2-day test drive dealer at the end of your driveway. We come to you.
Tax, dealer, doc, and registration fee extra.
Nothing beats a Cargo deal.
time of year, we could all use some soothing heat to flush out toxins and fight illness. Did you know a Finleo sauna helps with bronchitis and asthma by acting as a decongestant? It can also reduce hypertension and symptoms of heart disease. That's right. At the Pool Source, you can get a Finleo sauna that has many health benefits, not just for sweating off calories, from relieving muscle pain to reducing stress and anxiety. Come learn more about the many benefits of a Finleo sauna. Visit the Pool Source in Cranston, online at poolsource.com.
Factory Carpet Outlet is proud to be your local shop flooring network retailer, and we're here to help you find the perfect floor for your home. Have pets, kids, or a house full of both? We've got you covered with exceptional carpet, exquisite hardwood, and waterproof LVT. Hurry in to Factory Carpet Outlet, located on Eston Avenue in Pawtucket, and save up to $1,000 on select styles from Quartet and Shop Floors during our beautiful sale. Visit us online at factorycarpetoutlet.com.
If you've been injured at work, attorney Stephen J. Dennis will level the playing field between you and your employer or their insurance company. Contact the law office of Stephen J. Dennis for a free consultation.
I'm attorney Stephen Dennis, and as much as you like and respect your employer, you must protect yourself and your family. There's limited time to report an accident or injury. I'll advocate for your rights and am committed to helping you receive all you're entitled to.
Don't settle for what they're willing to give you. You may deserve more. The law office of Stephen J. Dennis, 453-1355, 453-1355.
Hi, this is Jim Langley of Plainfield, Toyota of Midland. Are you looking to buy an inexpensive used car from someone you can trust? We always have a great selection of nice, fully serviced, local trades for under $10,000. Many starting as low as $4,000 to $5,000. We are 100% confident selling cars for $4,000, $5,000, or even $6,000 because we completely service them before we sell them. And more importantly, we are here for you after the sale. Buy your next inexpensive used vehicle from the name you can trust, Langway Toyota of Newport.
Langway Toyota of Newport, Route 138, Newport.
And now, a reminder of what snowfalls can do to your business.
Hey, boss. Yeah, I can't make it in to the parking lot.
Are you open today? I can't pull in and nobody's answering the phone.
Hey, I just slipped on your ice and nearly broke my neck. Ensure your snow is cleared quickly. Call Bryden Nursery for snow removal services. Bryden's off-season is snow removal season. Any commercial line. Retain us to clear your snow so you don't suffer a lack of business snow day. Visit BrydenNursery.com. Phone 401-942-4400.
Amazon is now hiring near you. We're looking for team members who know that delivering important packages is important work. Ready to work hard to make someone's every day? Ready for benefits and flexible shifts? Immediate hourly roles are available at Amazon.com/apply. That's Amazon.com/apply. Amazon is an equal opportunity employer.
Did you know there are people in the Andes that can survive ingesting 1,000 times the lethal dose of arsenic? Learn about how they survive and why in Dynamic Genomes on CuriosityStream. CuriosityStream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
Want to hear how I almost got off the naughty list this year? I helped Santa save gazillions by having him download Capital One Shopping to his computer. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout. You can download it too and save a bundle. You don't even need a Capital One card and it's free. So why didn't I get off the naughty list? Turns out Santa's a stickler for naughty words. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary. Coupons vary.
Find us on Twitter at OMF on WEEI.
Apparently, this is Bill's favorite Bon Jovi tune. He told Charlie Weiss part of that interview. Apparently, they spent a lot of time going through Bon Jovi. And, of course, John Bon Jovi was there last night.
Sure was. Yeah, that's in front of John.
I mean, if you're from New Jersey, do you have to like Bon Jovi?
No, you have to like Bruce Springsteen.
I mean, it's one or the other, though, isn't it? I mean, maybe it's not.
They will exile you from the state.
But it's one or the other. And I feel like somehow Billy Joel is stuck in there somewhere as part of that group. Like those three guys. Oh, easily. No, I'll tell John that. I'll tell Bruce that. What? Jeez. We're like, do you know that we think that Billy Joel is better than you? Maybe they have one good song. Big deal. I can't tell you a Bon Jovi song. Pour some sugar on me.
You don't like Bon Jovi one? Why don't you do that with Bill today? I think Bill would love to hear that today. Bill, here's why.
Do you give love a bad name? Is that one of them?
Here's why.
Living on a Prayer. Oh, it's Guns N' Roses.
You went to a Def Leppard song before you went Living on a Prayer.
Have you seen this thing where John Bon Jovi like masquerades as a bartender and he shows up like at these karaoke bars and these people are doing karaoke and they're doing Bon Jovi.
Oh, that's awesome.
Bartender. Have you seen it?
No.
And then he has total mustache, beard, total disguise on, and then in the middle of it he gets up on the stage and starts singing with the person and they can't believe it, and then he takes off all of the disguise right in the middle.
It's like the undercover boss, but
it's very similar.
All right, good. I like the premise. I like it.
It's you know what? That's an idea for you.
I'll try it.
You love doing TV. You know, putting TV shows.
Yeah,
How did it work with
people too?
How did it work with the mask last night?
More the same.
I watched at one point during one of our breaks on the Real Post Game show, and Zoe actually breathes his mask in and out.
I told you, he swallows it. He almost chokes on it. It's too much fabric for his...
I didn't see it. What happened with the curfew?
Oh, I was able to get out of there alive. I made it alive. No siren, no one yelling at me. Nope. Although I did get a stern look from a security guard. I will tell you that. He really gave me the once-over.
Hold it, alarms.
It's coming. We gotta get home.
Come on, Officer Karen. Give me a break here. Give me a break. The Celtics have issued a statement concerning it, if you have not missed it. The legendary Tommy Heinsohn passed away earlier today at the age of 86. Celtics said it's hard to imagine the Boston Celtics without Tommy Heinsohn. There isn't a generation of Celtic fans for whom Tommy's presence hasn't been felt. He's the only person to be an active participant in each of the Celtics' 17 World Championships. An extraordinary and singular legacy. That is amazing when you think about that. Started his career in 1957. Great player, by the way. These young kids don't realize how good he was. NBA Rookie of the Year honors in 1957. He beat out Bill Russell for that award, by the way. In that rookie season, you ready for this? The Game 7 of the finals against the St. Louis Hawks. He led the team with 39 points and 23 rebounds. That was the first Celtic championship, 1957.
Wow.
And you know what? He wouldn't have won another one as a coach. He was the coach of the year in 73, and that was the first. I was a little, kid, a little pup out there. I covered the Celtics that year in 73, just in the playoffs on home games. They won a record 68 games that year. They were a juggernaut. And then in the series against the Knicks, John Havlicek threw out his shoulder badly. Couldn't even shoot, couldn't raise his arm. And they got beat by the Knicks. They would have won another championship in 73.
Can you imagine Glenn, a young Glenn Ordway, trying to make his way in the world? Hey, guys, I bet you sound just like Alex Reamer. I bet you back then your voice wasn't nearly as deep or nearly as throaty.
What's up, bro?
That was you. Hey, Tommy.
Following the great Christian Fourier.
Yeah, I picture you sounding like Alex Reamer as a young 20-something.
So it was the first time I met Tommy Heinsohn was during that series against the Knicks. That was the first time I had ever met Tommy. And Tommy was great with those post-game press conferences because he was, boisterous, belligerent. Everything you see as a broadcaster, Tommy would throw that stuff out there. And in those days, he was a really cool dresser. So,
really?
Yeah, he was into it.
Those days?
Those days, yeah. I would say as time went on, Tommy, the stuff kind of faded away a little bit on him. But in those days, yeah.
It's terrible. I'm sure Bill... does Bill know him, do you think? I have no clue. I'm assuming
that they probably ran into each other somewhere, right? In town somewhere. Bill's been at those charity golf tournaments over the years, and Tommy is always out at the tournaments. I still have, I think, 3 or 4 of Tommy's paintings. Tommy is he's a brilliant artist.
Really?
Oh my God! Like brilliant, like you pay serious money to buy Tommy Heinsohn.
Get out of here!
Oh, brilliant!
Like watercolors? What are we talking here?
Yeah, all of that stuff.
What?
Brilliant! Oh yeah.
Oh geez, nice.
Oh,
I just feel so unaccomplished.
Oh no!
I feel like I am so far behind where I should be.
Well, you were a player. You skipped the coaching part. You're trying to become a broadcaster. We're working on your entire resume here.
Yeah. Yeah, Coach
try
was one thing
painting
on that.
tonight. Try.
I know I will. Maybe I'm gonna draw a portrait of you.
Oh God. Yeah.
See how much that goes for.
I'm gonna look at I'm just gonna go to the zoo and look at a walrus and just go from there.
No, Christian,
Stop moving, Glenn.
A serious, accomplished artist where I've been to like
has opening
art shows. Oh yeah, I've been to at least a half dozen, maybe more art shows.
Wow.
With
Can you do anything remotely close to that?
Not at all.
Of course,
You're so unaccomplished also.
I'm useless.
I'm good at making babies. How about that?
Yes, you are. It's a matter of
How many
fact.
kids does he have?
Yeah, but you're at 7. You're going to continue on. Or you're done.
I am done.
Tiring in that respect.
Yeah.
No, I've been to many of his shows, obviously for the free wine and the conversation with Tommy. But no, he is really an accomplished. People should look up his work. It really is good. But
I'm looking at him right now. If you didn't know it was Tom Heinsohn, you go, "Oh, this is Claude Monet easily." These are really nice paintings.
He's excellent, and I've been with him on the road where he's gone. We would talk.
A lot of countrysides, huh?
Yeah, and we would talk and just have long, conversations. And he was into a lot of different stuff. Tommy was a deep person. Obviously, politics was a big part of his life, but he was into a lot of stuff. A lot of different things.
You're
very deep guy.
There's some amazing pink paint.
There's no Sidney Pollacks in here whatsoever.
Trust me, we all
you're looking at with him.
We all have an awful lot to do in life to catch up to the unbelievable, wonderful, complete life of Tommy Heinsohn.
I completely.
We do.
I'm not even gonna try.
So I would say that's just a wonderful guy, and just so sad to hear that news today. And he passed away at the age of 86. All right, time for us to get back to some football right now. It's time for the coach, Bill Belichick. He's being brought to you by Massachusetts General Cancer Center. Everyday Amazing by Northeast Men's Healthcare. The experts in men's sexual health by the Mercedes-Benz of your dreams. But hurry, the great offers will be gone in a flurry. Visit MBUSA.com today and buy Arbella Insurance. Joining us live on the Harbor One Hotline is Bill Belichick. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Glenn, Christian, Lou. How's it going?
Hey, Coach. Hey, Bill. How are you?
Doing all right. Short night, but, we're rolling on to Baltimore.
Well, they're always short nights if they're good. If they're short nights and they're really bad, I guess, then you're miserable the next day. And I've seen you after Jets losses in the past, and you haven't really been pleasing to deal with. So it's good to have you here on Monday, on Patriots Monday, after a Jets win. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So let's start with the offense and Cam Newton. And a lot of people have been talking about Cam the last few weeks, ball security. He's been talking about it, talking about how difficult it is for him and how upset he was and handling it quite well. And then last night for him to go out there, have a clean game, and have him do some good things, especially through the air. Let's start with your offense. What about your offense last night?
Well, we played the game in a lot of regular personnel. Ran the ball 41 times, and Cam threw it very efficiently. Had a few incomplete passes, and a couple of those were throwaways. So good decisions, good timing for the most part, and our level of execution is improving. So chance to come back.
On the telecast, they were talking about Josh McDaniels was when he was meeting with the guys in the pre-production Zoom call, whatever it is that you guys do now. Just looking at the last 8 plays of the game, Coach, I thought was really impressive. What was it? Because I not only how you guys handled this, but maybe the players executed it after tying the game up, stopping them on defense, getting the ball back on the 22 with 47 seconds left, and then just the sequence that followed with those 8 plays, even spiking the ball with 8 seconds and then keeping that one timeout so you have an opportunity to bring the field. Is that about as good as an execution for this team that we've seen all year, as far as complementary football and situational football?
We've done it in spurts, and we did it in a spurt last night. As you said, the fourth quarter, the end of the game was our best football, which is always good when you play your best football at the end of the game. But we just got to work for a little bit more consistency. But yeah, the third down stop was obviously the fact, and then the third down stop was crucial. And then Man hit a great punt. I thought we might have a chance to return and get some field position there, but he put the ball 50 yards right on the sideline out of bounds. So it was a great punt.
Coach,
and then we were able to get a first down there on the screen pass, and get to the point where we had a chance for completion in the field goal range, and Cam did a real nice job of looking the coverage off, and then come back to Jacoby on the in cut, and obviously a huge kick by Nick, 51-yard game-winning kick. I thought he was kicked, but he put it right down the middle. So it was a great sequence for us.
Coach, he had a lot of injuries at wide receiver, and you look at this guy, Jacoby Myers, easy guy to root for, right? Undrafted, people say, he's slow, but he just seems to get the job done. This was a guy that, early in the year, guys were healthy, but lately he sort of seems to be turned into like this relationship with Cam, the most trustworthy wide receiver. Does that speak a lot to this guy, the work ethic, the patience, getting an opportunity and getting the job done?
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, Jacoby, works hard, and he's come a long way from where he was last year in terms of experience, savvy, situational football, just making those good decisions that good receivers make when they get a little more experience, get a little more playing time, and he's been able to take advantage of that. He made a great move on the flag route on the opening drive, and made some big third down catches for us throughout the course of the game. Cam did a good job of spreading the ball around, hit the mirror several times, and used the back on some check downs and screens. So but yeah, Jacoby's done a good job. Jacoby made some good blocks for us too. He did a nice job of blocking for us, a couple of the crack blocks, but just coming in and digging out those safeties on some of the inside runs. Those are big for us too.
So what made Jacoby such a big target in that game last night? Was it what they were doing, or did you go into it with a specific game plan, figuring with his skill set, we can open him up, we can get him some separation?
Yeah, well, again, we never really know where the ball's going, Glenn, unless it's a screen pass or something like that. We have multiple players in the route, and depending on what the coverage is and how the route develops, and the quarterback hopefully will go to the best matchup and the best option. So, sometimes that favors one player more than another, but again, the idea of designing a pass play, send 4 or 5 guys out on a pattern when you're only intending to throw it to one guy, that's not what we do. So.
Coach, I would say that the secondary has been pretty reliable for most of the year. But last night they had some struggles, some issues with the deep ball specifically. I'm just, I heard you talking about it last night. You got to stop that the ball being thrown over their head. So with that in mind, what are some of the challenges that you were facing last night to lead to those plays happening? And what's the best way to stop them moving forward?
Better coaching, better playing, more consistency. There's no real shortcut to it. There's no magic wand. You gotta go out there and you gotta coach, you gotta play better.
Coach, Bentley's out of this game. I think a lot of people felt like, we're going to see a lot more Jennings and Uche, and it wasn't the case. So it was more Therese Hall. He gets to start at linebacker. Was that just a reflection of him being in the system longer, or is that something you see at practice, just he's moved ahead of those two guys?
think we tried to, utilize all those guys and, have them in, so it wouldn't overload anybody, just have them in different roles. So, Jennings and Torres played more in early downs, and Josh played more in third down and passing situations in 2 minutes. So that's just the way it worked out. The game had gone differently, and the play time might have been different too.
I want to ask you about Gunner and the kickoffs. The numbers have been pretty good, but it seems like they have been violent impacts when he gets hit. Now, maybe it's just the way he does it, where he flips over and it looks a little bit more violent than it really is. Are you at all concerned about that?
Well, we've missed a lot of good opportunities on kickoff returns. It's been frustrating, really in all 8 games. So we've just been one thing or another. We just haven't gotten the production that has been there, the opportunities have been there, and so got to do a better job of executing those plays, coaching them, blocking them, catching them, returning them. I mean, we've all had breakdowns somewhere along the line, and it just seems like we can't quite, haven't been able to really find the right. Hit it right. There's a lot of good things, and then there's 1 or 2 problems on the play, and then that's enough to kill the play. So it's really been across the board. It's not any one thing. It's been multiple things, but there's, like I said, a lot of good things on some of those plays. Sometimes 8, 9, good blocks, good decisions, good runs, and then there could be 1 or 2 bad things in those same categories, and then you end up with nothing. So we're just not consistent enough there. They had Gunner runs hard, which is what a kickoff return needs to do, but there's times where, like I said, we all could make either better decisions or execute things a little bit better, and that would help everyone.
So, Coach, so no time to kind of appreciate this win because you got a whole nother kind of animal coming in Sunday night with the Baltimore Ravens and Lamar Jackson. I don't know if there's another player in the league, maybe Patrick Mahomes, maybe somebody else, but that I would have, I guess, more sleepless nights over based on how explosive this guy can be. I mean, I'm just thinking defensively. Got to have a lot of fast guys on the field, but would it be more important to have guys that are not only fast, but more importantly, maybe guys that can play in space? Does that make sense?
Well, they do a good job of getting into space, but they also, have a power downhill running game. A lot of double team blocks, a lot of power type running that if you're too small in there and you don't hold up against those plays, that's a problem too. So they have good speed. They also have good size and good power. So you have to be ready to defend all of it. Jackson's a problem. Running game's a problem. Both the receivers. Andrews is excellent receiving tight end, third down, red area, excellent target, got great hands. So there's a lot to worry about there. You just can't go into the game and say, well, we're just going to shut down this one guy. It's not that easy.
Coach, I don't know if you're aware of the sad news in Boston. We talked about it earlier. Tommy Heinsohn, Celtics legend, passed away at 86. And I know you've been in town a long time, as has Tommy, voice of the Boston Celtics. I'm just curious, did you ever get to know him? Any interaction at all over the years?
Yeah, I did get to know Tommy, really.
Yes!
Through Linda. When Linda was working with Style Boston, she interviewed him, and so then after that, kind of got to spend some time with him and, saw him at several Celtics games. Those are always great to attend and see Tommy either before the game or at halftime or whatever, and obviously listen to him broadcast a lot of games. So what a tremendous career he has as a player and coach, and even as a broadcaster, brings so many great Celtics moments to the fans and really the community. I think he just had such a great connection to the entire Boston community, fan base, and obviously Celtics fans, but other sports fans in Boston that connected to him as well as the Celtics. So yeah, he was an awesome guy, and like I said, Linda's interview, she told me after she interviewed him, like what an amazing guy he was, and how much she enjoyed talking to him and so forth, and that was really it was a pleasure and an honor and a pleasure to get to know him. He's a wonderful man.
He's good.
All right, Coach. It's time for the Mercedes question of the week. So make this.
Speaking of Boston coaches, great to have Alex back.
Yeah.
Yes.
Really productive presser.
Good.
Yeah, we're all excited. He's actually going to be on Thursday. So if you want to, I know you love talk show sports, talk show fodder. So he'll be on Thursday with us. So make sure you tune in.
Yeah, well, please give him my bet. Please give him my bet.
We will. All right. So make this season your reason to become part of the Mercedes-Benz family with limited time offers during the Mercedes-Benz winter event. But hurry, these great offers will be gone in a flurry. Visit MBUSA.com today. All right, Coach. I heard the other day I saw Mike Reese tweet something out about how you don't drink coffee. Why don't you drink coffee? That's a two-parter. Why don't you drink coffee?
Because I don't like coffee.
So I don't like coffee either.
But all those late nights watching film?
I know, but I just think about all the, from when you're younger till even now, because I didn't start drinking coffee till I got in the league because, those late meetings during camp. So,
don't blame it on me, Kristen. That's
what? No. No. Before I played with you. No. Just meetings in general. So I guess my question is, when all these coaches and players have these long nights, especially the coaches, you guys put in more hours than anybody. Like, what do you do to stay up? Like, is there something that do you twiddle your thumbs? Do you listen to music? And do you drink orange juice?
Well, yeah, I drink orange juice, but I mean, drink. But yeah, I mean, look, I understand I'm probably missing it, but I don't like coffee. I can't stand the smell of coffee. I don't like coffee ice cream, and I like every sweet that has ever been made. But but that's not one of them. I don't like coffee flavored anything. I don't know. I just don't have a taste for it. I've tried, but it just doesn't work for me. I mean, my grandmother put a glass of milk and poured like probably a thimble of coffee in it, and I couldn't even drink that. So it's just one of those things. I just didn't develop a taste for it,
So no issue staying up at night.
I don't taste for scotch either. I tried that, but I just couldn't develop a taste for it. So nothing against coffee, nothing against Dunkin' Donuts, nothing against anything. It's just not for me.
Well, good thing you've got that Subway endorsement because you got no shot at Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, that's right. Other than like the bagels or the donuts or the muffins that's coffee. No, not a chance.
So when all the coaches are drinking coffee and you can't stand the smell, how do you deal with it? Because I'm sure all of them are drinking it, right?
Yeah, no, we have plenty of people that drink coffee. Yeah.
I'm amazed you can stay up without drinking coffee. I'm amazed. 5 Hour Energy? Monster drink? Tea? Green tea?
Yeah, I can drink tea. I mean, I like tea.
All right, coffee with the coach.
I got a lot of other vices to make up for it, though. So that's one of the few that I don't have. But I think I probably got everything else.
Well, we'll save the vices for next week. We'll run down all the vices on next week's show. Our Coffee with the Coach has been brought to you by Putnam Investments. Putnam Investments and the New England Patriots, proud partners committed to an active game plan on the field and off the field. Congratulations with the win last night. You will be shocked to hear that on the telecast last night, as they have done for every Patriots-Jets game over the last 19 years, they did play a little snippet of your press conference when you were leaving as the HC of the NYJ. I'm sure you're not surprised at that at all.
Well, one of the not only most defining, but one of the great moments of my career, and Robert giving me the opportunity to come here. I mean, that's I couldn't have asked for anything more. So that wasn't a good situation for me, and I didn't want to be part of it, so I wasn't. But the other half of that was Robert gave me the opportunity to come here and trading, and he gave up, quite a bit to get me to come here. That was a big trade, and so I'm very thankful that it worked out. I appreciate all the support from Robert, the Kraft family, the Patriots organization, and all the New England fans, and I'll keep trying to do my best for this team and this organization, give them the very best that I can. But I'm very thankful for the opportunity to come here, and I just wasn't going to stay there in that situation. So.
That's great.
It worked out.
Yeah, it worked out great. Why don't you just tell us how long will it continue? You can tell us now. Why not? Okay.
Yeah, how long will it continue?
I don't know. You tell us.
Your time here.
Oh, yeah, we're getting ready for the Ravens.
Okay, now you're back to normal Bill Belichick mode. All right, we'll talk to you on Monday right after that Ravens game, all right? Yeah. Have a good one.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Glenn. Lou, Christian, appreciate it.
See you later, Bill. Bill Belichick right there on the Harbor One hotline.
Hi, it's Joe Giacalone, owner of Arch Painting, and we've just made it even easier to get your free painting estimate. Introducing the Arch Painting mobile app. No more calling contractors, leaving messages, trying to schedule an appointment, and wasting time waiting at home. The Arch Painting app lets you submit an estimate request on your time and without anyone going to your home. Just download the app, take a few pics, submit your project, and get your free estimate within 48 hours. So if you ever wondered how much it would cost to paint your home, download the brand new Arch Painting mobile app and give it a try. It's 100% free and super easy. Plus, you save a ton of time and hassle. So what are you waiting for? Someone to go to your house? No. Download our free app, take a few pics, and get a quote. It's that easy. Arch Painting, your vision brought to life.
Is your Wi-Fi slow, or does your Wi-Fi not work throughout your home? Not sure who to call for help that you can trust? Call the experts. Mulholland Audio Video, your family-owned and operated neighborhood audio video company serving Rhode Island and Massachusetts since 1995.
And all just a click away. Listen to what you want, when you want. Radio.com on your desktop or download the free app now.
This is time that matters. A window of time to help protect the ones you love. Your preteen benefits from staying up to date with their well visits. This is your window of protection. Schedule their well visit now. Brought to you by Merck.
Wendy's new classic chicken sandwich is now in the 2 for $5, and that's reason to celebrate. Try the new classic and then take your mouth on a victory lap with the iconic Dave Single, the delicious spicy chicken sandwich, spicy or crispy 10-piece nuggets, or just get another classic chicken sandwich. Taste greatness today with Wendy's 2 for $5. We got it. Participation may vary. Less Wendy's.
The 99 would like to thank our active military and veterans for their service to our country with a Veterans Day special. All active military and veterans will receive a free lunch from a special menu with purchase of another entree on Wednesday, November 11th at all 99 restaurants.
The Boston Bruins play here. WVEI-FM and WVEI HD1 Westerly Province. Sports Radio 103.7 WEEI, a Radio.com sports station. Lawrence, Boston, a Radio.com sports station. This is Patriots Monday on on Sports Radio WEEI. Patriots Monday is brought to you in part by Gillette Pro Glide and Pro Glide Gel. 5 blades and a pivoting flex ball designed to get virtually every hair on the first stroke.
By Putnam Investments, proud Patriots partners, committed to an active game plan on the field and off.
And by AdCare. If you're struggling with alcohol, AdCare can help. Call 1-800-ALCOHOL. It's OMF on EEI.
They did play a little snippet of your press conference when you were leaving as the HC of the NYJ.
One of the not only most defining, but one of the great moments of my career. That combined with Robert giving me the opportunity to come here, I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything more. So that wasn't a good situation for me, and I didn't want to be part of it. The other half of that was Robert giving me the opportunity to come here and trading, and he gave quite a bit to get me to come here. That was a big trade. I'm very thankful that it worked out. I appreciate all the support from Robert, the Kraft family, the Patriots organization, and all the New England fans, and keep trying to do my best for this team and this organization, getting the very best that I can. I'm very thankful for the opportunity to come here, and
that's great.
It worked out.
Yeah, it worked out great. Why don't you just tell us how long will it continue? You can tell us now. Why not?
Yeah, how long will it continue?
Your time here.
Oh, yeah, we're getting ready for the Ravens.
Okay, now you're back to normal Bill Belichick. Perfectly flipped over to regular Bill Belichick.
Well, real quick though, were you you weren't trying to kind of poke him with the Jets, were you? I mean, were you just kind of, hey, see you later, hey, by the way.
No, the one thing I could tell you, and I've said this to you guys for years that we've been doing the show, he absolutely despises the Jets, and the best Patriots Monday you ever had with Bill Belichick is the day after you beat the Jets. The worst is the day they lose. The day after they lose to the Jets. He despised them. He would have had 2 words. He would have been cruel to you and me.
Best moment in his career?
Best moment in his career. He hates the Jets.
Yeah, he hates them. That's why, can you imagine?
He can't go in there, Lou. He can't go in there in that game last night. He's probably sitting there looking at, they're down by 10, right? 27-17. And he probably understands the reality of where he's got to take this franchise and what the next few years are going to be like. And in the midst of it, he's sitting there going, but it's 27-17. We need 13 points.
Oh, yeah, listen. Again, once that game started, the last thing he wants to do is, if he's only going to win 2 or 3 or 4 games this year, both of them better be against the Jets.
Right.
Both of them better be against the Jets, right?
Yep.
We get it, but yeah. Most memorable moments of his career, what was it? I mean, that's just, yeah. And then at one point, he's like thanking everybody in the fan base and thanking Kraft and bringing them in here, and I'm like, Jesus.
It's like the trade happened yesterday. It's like the trade didn't happen yesterday. It happened a while ago.
No.
So, I mean...
Maybe he heard the trade talk this week. Maybe he heard all...
Maybe he heard the sports talk show fodder.
Bill Belichick.
That's where he heard it. And he was like, what the heck, man? I want to be part of this. And how about him, good shout out to Alex Cora. He'll be listening on Thursday when Alex Cora comes on. Talking about dealing with the all the really tough, hard-hitting questions. He's going to get them here on Thursday. I got a long list of questions for our boy Alex.
What's Alex's stance on coffee?
I'm sure he loves it. Wait, does anyone else find that odd? I mean, I didn't get my question answered, and I really wanted it. I get that he doesn't like coffee.
What is it?
So how do you stay up? Like, how do you stay? I know you're up till 2 a.m., 3. I know you're not getting any sleep. Tea? So do you drink tea? Do you drink jelly beans?
Because you got to think, remember those days when you talk about the days of the Giants?
Yes.
As a young kid, and how it was so different.
Detroit, Indianapolis.
Yeah, and how it's like up at night watching film, like all-nighters.
Must be into Red Bull or something, right?
They didn't have Red Bull. Nothing gave you wings back then. Let's all go.
I don't know.
I don't blame it on me, Christian.
Yeah, it's his fault. He got me hooked on coffee. I'm blaming it on Bill.
Yeah, a little different Bill Belichick. Some of the things he said we'll get into the football team. The passing of Tommy Heinsohn at 86. A rough day today over at the Celtics offices, and you'll hear some of the reaction from that as well. And Alex Core is back. They had the press conference today. He will join us live on Thursday, and we'll get to the phone call, some of your reaction at 617-779-7937 right here on OMF.
Joins OMF tomorrow afternoon at 4:30. Now here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, trending's brought to you by Awaken 180 in September. And you're now settling into a new routine, so why not make losing weight with Awaken 180 part of that new routine? fast weight loss, and then free support for life. Well, the Celtics family have lost a legend today. Player, coach, and beloved broadcaster Tommy Heinsohn has passed away at the age of 86 years old. The Celtics ownership released a statement that read, quote, "This is a devastating loss. Tommy was the ultimate Celtic. He will be remembered forever." The Red Sox have introduced Alex Cora as their manager. Cora says the situation is part of who he is and stressed that it is not a comeback story. Of course, Alex Cora, by the way, will join OMF this Thursday to talk about his return in Boston. Former Patriots cornerback Aqib Talib will make his NFL broadcasting debut this Sunday on Fox. Talib will be on the call for the Washington-Detroit game. And don't forget, you can listen live to us wherever you're at with the free radio.com app. You can text APP to 37937. Tell your smart speaker, "Hey Alexa, play WEEI." Or you can watch us at weei.com/watch.
Wow. I feel like we're bearing the lead with Aqib Talib doing a game. I mean, what are we doing here? I know what we're doing. We're talking razors. We're talking Harry's razor. That's right, it's Foyer. The Harry's just came out with their sharpest blades ever, and unlike some of those other razor companies, and you know who you are, they're not charging you for their product improvements. Harry's new sharper blades are still as low as $2 each. Now, how do they deliver quality at such a low price? Well, they source their steel from Sweden and own their entire manufacturing process from R&D to the factory floor. This allows them to keep prices low. And if you like to shop online like I do, Harry's has a great offer for OMF listeners, so pay attention. New customers can get a Harry's trial set for just $3 with code Christian, that's me, at harrys.com, which includes a 5-blade razor, a weighted handle, foaming shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. So don't forget to use the code Christian at checkout and give Harry's sharper blades a try. For me, please.
Imagine an airport you can practically fly through. That's TF Green. We make traveling easier, friendlier, and a lot more convenient. We're just off Highway 95 with lots of affordable parking. Getting from the garage to the gate only takes minutes, and our security lines are short. When booking your next trip, remember TF Green is the easier way to fly, and it's close by. Fly PVD. Visit pvdairport.com to learn more. Now flying to Orlando, West Palm Beach, Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, Fort Myers, and Punta Gorda.
This is Matt Light. 11 seasons and 3 championships with the New England Patriots taught me how important it is to have a great team around you. One that's always prepared, always working together, and always seeking opportunities. Putnam Investments knows that the same kind of teamwork helps with investing, too. Putnam always looks for ways to help you and your advisor reach your goals. That's the power of a winning team. Putnam Investments, proud partner of the New England Patriots.
Rodenheiser Home Services wants you to fall in love with your home this fall season. Whether it's playing in a leaf pile or carving pumpkins, family time at home has never been more important. Make sure that time is spent comfortably by taking advantage of one of our many fall specials, including heating system checks as low as $69, indoor air quality solutions, outlets and lights for home office setups, and new water heater installations. And Rodenheiser is now also offering full kitchen and bathroom remodels. Celebrate fall comfortably. Call Rodenheiser today or book online at rodenheiser.com.
On the Rocks Cocktails, the official game day cocktail of the New England Patriots. Oh, it's me, Ricky Hollywood, biggest Pats fan around. Life doesn't wait for the bar. Some moments call for a complex drink in an unconventional setting. OTR was crafted to rise to your occasion and bring the bar to you and me. Made with all natural ingredients and premium spirits, On the Rocks are award-winning, ready-to-serve cocktails. Just pour them over ice. Visit us at ontherockscocktails.com to find a retailer near you. And as always, drink responsibly. Can I get another one?
Dan O'Brien here to let you know the Dan O'Brien Auto Group is a proud sponsor of Gillette Stadium and all the awesome events that take place here. Speaking of awesome, when you buy your new or pre-owned vehicle from the Dan O'Brien Automotive Group, you get our exclusive Awesome Protection Plan. That's 1 year of maintenance, 1 year of paintless dent repair, free safety inspections for you and your entire household for as long as you own the car, and our exclusive Awesome Lifetime Warranty. Come get yours today. Dan O'Brien Auto Group, keeping it awesome. Log on now to DanO'BrienAutoGroup.com.
You want to know what's funny? Comedic Corner in Central at Foxwoods Resort Casino. We're putting the laughs on full blast every Thursday starting September 17th. Join us at Central Fox Tower for outrageous live stand-up from some of the most hilarious comedians in the area. So pull up a seat, grab some drinks, and get ready to enjoy a true comedy club experience every Thursday. Visit foxwoods.com for more details. Foxwoods Resort Casino, the wonder of it all.
G2, Outslot B Motion Cobra, C9 Flood Ride Zero Elephant, 4-9er X-Wing, Zeppelin Leprechaun.
Listen, football plays can be complicated. Investing can be the same way. This is Matt Light here to tell you that Putnam Investments gives financial advisors comprehensive strategies to help better understand and maneuver in today's market so they can better serve you. Putnam Investments, proud partner of the New England Patriots.
New Bud Light seltzer, huh?
Yep.
And it tastes like a hard seltzer, not a beer?
Yep.
So it's light and refreshing?
Yep.
With a hint of fruit flavor?
Yep.
And 100 calories?
Yep.
You said this is Bud Light seltzer?
Yep.
Well, I need to try it.
Yep.
Oh, that tastes great.
Yep.
Now, wait. Are you just yupping me?
Nope.
Bud Light Seltzer. Unquestionably good. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer. IRC Beers. Beer in Texas. St. Louis, Missouri. The 99 would like to thank our active military and veterans for their service to our country with a Veterans Day special. All active military and veterans will receive a free lunch from a special menu with purchase of another entree on Wednesday, November 11th at all 99 restaurants.
All right, here we go. On Twitter, at Christian Boy. What's up, motherfucker? Who's been right more than me? Don't answer that. Back to OMF.
On WEEI.
Back here on OMF at 617-779-7937, talking about the Patriots last night. Bill was ecstatic, obviously, over the win last night, and talked about that press conference, but 20 years later, 21 years later, as one of the great moments, apparently, in his life. So it's kind of interesting, looking back at that. To the phone calls we go. Here's Ken in California. Hello, Ken. Hello, Ken in California. You got to be ready here. Hello, Ken.
Champion City.
Come on.
City of Champions. Say goodbye. Say goodbye. You know, they're always late. It's called Cali time. They're always late. They're never on time. I mean, what are we doing? It's like,
this is New England here. Exactly. Here's Matt in Rhode Island. Let's go to someone in New England. He'll be wide awake. Hello, Matt.
Guys.
There you go.
How you doing? My grandfather, he was my grandfather's favorite player. He come out of Holy Cross and then drafted by the Celtics. He explained to me, like, every time we watch the game, like, the details about him. But the funny story I heard from Mike Gorman when they did an interview with him, the first time he met Tommy Heisman and not at a game, they sat down, to get acquainted and whatnot. The Tommy Heisman takes out his briefcase, and Mike Gorman's like, what the heck are you doing? He's talking about life insurance policy. So you must, knowing Tommy Heisman, you must,
yes, he was selling life insurance. Tommy was selling life insurance on the side.
Right?
Yes.
But it's awesome. Love that guy. God bless him. He's awesome. He's an awesome Celtic. He is Celtic. Thanks.
No, it is amazing when you talk about the generations that knew Tommy Heinsohn, maybe differently. You know, people that were older at the time watching Tommy Heinsohn, the player, loving those years, and then to kids now, to high school, college kids now who watch the Boston Celtics and think of Tommy Heinsohn. Like the generations that knew this guy, maybe differently, but always appreciated maybe for different things, because it's really strange thinking about watching the Boston Celtics and not hearing Tommy, screaming and yelling, at the referees or telling them to pick up the pace, or it's going to be odd.
Well, I mentioned Chick Hearn and Vince Scully, not because I'm going to compare them, as far as what they, as far as how they sound or anything like that, but just as far as, broadcasters that kind of are iconic and are there forever. And they mean something, even when they're not calling the games. When you think of the Dodgers, you think Vince Scully, amongst other things, and the Lakers, Chick Hearn, Glenn, Yep. And Tommy's that same guy. So for all the players that come in and out of that organization, win championships, free agents, draftees, you name it, those guys are always there. Like, so you're coming in, you're tuning in to see the players, but you're really kind of getting the benefit of Heinsohn, and you're dealing with, his voice, his inflection, the way he calls the game. There's a personality that's attached to that team, and I'm sure anywhere you go, people know him. Any city, doesn't matter. He represents the Celtics.
Yeah, I think it's even different for a guy, and I hear what you're saying, and I understand the comparison, but it's even different for a guy who was a player and was a coach. So I'm talking early 90s now. Tommy always created a great bond with players. So he would show up at practices. He would be around that team all the time. And obviously he was on the plane trips. But he would get to know each one of these players. And believe it or not, players, even back in the early 90s, didn't really follow other players. And I remember a situation on the court, probably preseason, probably 2-3 weeks into the preseason, where a bunch of the players were out there, new players, and Tommy's trying to teach him how to take a left-handed jump hook. And he's out there working with the players. And players are looking around, who the bleep is this old dude? Who is they? Had no idea. The only one that recognized him was Dino Raja, who had grown up in Yugoslavia, now Croatia, because he knew the history of the Boston Celtics inside and out. But a lot of these players did not know him as a great player. There wasn't nearly the film or video of all these highlights that you have with Kobe and with Michael. And these players know everything about these players, because even if they didn't grow up watching them, they're going to get to see the video. There wasn't that much of this stuff back then. They got to know Tommy as the man, as the guy who was showing up at practice, who was giving an interest in what they were doing and trying to teach him little tools and hints.
Do you love the players? So give me your, I mean, maybe it's just some story. Like, what's your best story?
I can't tell.
Is it a lot of cursing? What do you mean you can't?
It's not a matter of cursing. There's some stuff you just can't.
I mean,
want to hear about.
Was he running around?
No. The adventures with Johnny.
What's the best lesson he gave you? What's the most important piece of advice he's ever given you?
The best advice he's ever given me, it'd probably be something with family or something like that. But as far as the game itself goes, as I told you earlier, he was a great friend and helping. He was really tight with Johnny most. Obviously, Johnny was doing the games when he was a player, when he was a coach. And when I started working with Johnny was insecure. He didn't want other people in on the broadcast. Tommy was great creating a bond between Johnny and myself. He really was, and he got involved in it. He would talk to Johnny, he would talk to me or whatever. But he was one of those guys that he just loved to talk. Tommy could sit down and you could talk, as I told you, when he loved to have people around him when he was painting, just so that people could sit there and BS with him for a half an hour. And he'd talk about everything. I mean, he'd talk about the Red Sox, he'd talk about all sorts of stuff. He was a really interesting guy. There was a lot more to him than just what you see with basketball. Well, Gorman tells the great story. So Gorman starts working with Tommy, and Tommy's a lot like Johnny. There's not a lot of preparation. So when Johnny would show up at the arena, you keep on laughing, when we were playing the Celtics were playing overseas in Madrid, and Johnny had no idea the names of the players because they were suddenly all foreign players.
Lefty, and he lost the ball, but it picked up in there. Now it's a little fella. Oh boy, I'm having trouble with the name. Albertovich.
so Johnny was of that. And that old school. There was no preparation, and now you watch the guys like Sean Grande and all these guys work, and I was the same way. I had to have tons of sheets and information and stuff like that. Tommy was of that same Johnny Mo school. So Gorman tells the story about how he first worked with Johnny in the first game. He's all excited. He's working with Tommy Heinsohn, and he does all the color-coded stuff, and you see it, Lou. You do it over at Fenway Park when you're doing the baseball games, and you see Sean and Joe do all this stuff. So Mike's got all of this stuff in front of him, broadcasting up on top of the balcony, and Tommy goes, "What the bleep is this stuff?" And he goes, "Well, this is all my preparation for the games." He takes it all, puts it together in a pile, rips it up, and throws it off the balcony. And so Gorman has done all of this preparation for his first NBA Celtics game with Tommy Heinsohn, and he's just lost all of his notes, all of his preparation. It's gone.
Yeah, that'd be a fight.
And that was he wanted him to say, we're just going to talk. We're going to do it like a talk show. We're just going to talk. Yeah, we're just going to talk.
Oh, so that's where you learned it from.
I got it from listening to you, Dad. Interesting guy. Here's Brendan in a car. Brendan?
Hey, what's up, guys? I love the show. Hey, and first things first, Christian, you're really peppering Bill about the coffee thing. I mean, he doesn't like coffee. Give it a rest, guy.
No, it has nothing to do with. I wanted to know. He wouldn't answer. Like, what do you do to stay up?
I don't think he was peppering him.
If it's not coffee, what is it?
I think he opened up. I don't like coffee. I don't like anything that smells like coffee.
Yeah.
Tastes like coffee.
Yeah,
Nothing.
but back to Tommy. I'm 30, right? And Tommy was like my childhood for the Celtics. I'm sure other people my age can attest to the same thing. Hearing him every night with Gorman. One thing I can remember is him going after Brad Miller in a playoff series one night. Tommy's right courtside screaming at Brad Miller, calling him like a baby all night. And I'm pretty sure Brad Miller heard it. He's just looking over at the desk and was able to meet Tommy once when I was a kid. Seemed like a great guy, had an impact, my Celtics watching experience, and just wanted to share that with you guys.
All right.
Appreciate it. Brendan kind of sounds like a young Johnny Most.
Did you say Brendan?
Yeah, Brendan
in the future. Yeah.
Brendan.
By the way, real quick, just some little news as far as the New England Patriots go. Field Yates is reporting that the Patriots are placing Dalton Keene on the IR. So now Asiasi and Dalton Keene both on
That would be the 3-week IR.
Christian, 3-week IR.
I'm telling you, they don't need a tight end. No, they don't need them. They don't need them.
Teams don't need tight ends.
Overrated.
The position's the most overrated position.
Totally.
In football.
I agree. You can put anybody out there. You can put a Ryan Izzo out there.
Well, you got a lot of Jakob last night, didn't we? We saw some Jakob last night.
Listen, when they start throwing the football to the fullback in the flat more than once and...
shop us at LangwayNissanofNewport.com for your best deal. Once you choose your vehicle and sale price, our entire team will ensure you a great delivery experience.
Langway Nissan of Newport, Route 138, Newport.
So I'm going through the process right now of selling my home. And I can tell you, having an agent that has the right marketing plan is critical. Nathan Clark has all the techniques to safely show your home, including virtual tours. I've sat down with Nathan. We have seen the marketing plan. It is amazing. Nathan has over 27,000 active buyers just waiting for new homes. And that's why Nathan sells his homes 50% quicker than the average agent. Nathan is so confident in his strategic marketing, he guarantees to sell your home. You and Nathan sit down. You agree on a price and a time of possession, and if it doesn't sell, Nathan will buy it. Nathan can even give you an immediate cash offer for your home. No showings, repairs, hassles, just cash in hand. And hey, life happens, so if needed, Nathan will let you out of the contract at any time up until you accept an offer. Call Nathan today, 401-232-7661, or visit him online, NathanClarkTeam.com. That's NathanClarkTeam.com. And start packing.
With today's busy schedule, you don't have time to shop for floor covering, so Factory Carpet Outlet is on the go with a shop-at-home service just for you. Just call 726-3000 and an FCO professional will bring carpet and flooring samples to your home. Factory Carpet Outlet, the flooring experts, so you don't have to be. Right now, FCO is offering 0% financing with no payments until next year, and it can be installed the next day. So take a minute and call today, 726-3000, on the go at FCO.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider and are only available if the provider determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. You pay just $30 for a month's supply. And right now, get your first online doctor's visit totally free when you go to 4hims.com/joy. That's right, free. Zero copay, no expensive appointments, no awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims connects you to doctors online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe your ED medication. And a pharmacy sends it right to your door. Hims makes it affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/joy/joy.
Get social. Facebook.com/WEEI and WEEI Sports on Instagram. Now more of OMF on EEI.
Go. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! That's a terrible call. That is a terrible call. He stood there the whole time and the man ran him right off. He was totally unaware of where the pick was. And then reward. That's a terrible call.
He said that a few times over the years. Terrible call. Some of the officials couldn't stand him.
They're going to call a hard foul?
Yeah. Remember that one?
Did he do national games like that? I mean, I can easily see him being, playing favorite.
They're going to call it a hard foul!
No, he was different with
the little guy. Yeah. I mean, the little guy is a great drop.
Yeah.
The little guy.
Yeah. I saw the little guy.
The little guy
has already tweeted out and talking about that moniker, having the little guy moniker. So a lot of ex-Celtics are out there, and Celtic players are tweeting all over the place. It's an interesting thing when you look at. I was going to mention last night's game, and the fact that it's obvious that nothing's going to happen with Cam Newton. He played well enough last night, and he should be pleased with the way he played. It's not only the second time in his career that he's come back from a 10-point deficit in the fourth quarter, and he's been faced with that 39 times in his career, which is amazing.
I thought that was the stat. It's amazing that he's not good at it.
No.
He sucks at it. So even more of how bad the Jets are. that not because I would say, listen, if this guy has a long history of coming back and winning games and figuring it out. Like I said, all right, Jets, you know what? Listen, it was bound to happen. But this guy's got. Not only do you have nobody, no skill position players, you don't have a quarterback that has a history of doing it.
I thought he was good. I did. I thought that was good. That was good, Cam Newton. He's not going started off, 11 for 11 or 13 for 14?
11 for 11, yeah.
I mean, I thought it was, that's why I say, like, offensively, you look at it and you say that game, I don't really have many complaints other than the 4th and 1, give it to James White. Like, I don't understand the personnel. I don't understand why James White's on the field 4th and 1, do you? And he ended up, fumbling, whatever. It's no big deal. You didn't get it. But, like, why is he on the field?
Well, see, listen, maybe that's part of we're going to try something new. Like, so during the telecast, you guys heard it.
Yeah.
So, hey, Josh McDaniels, hey, we're going to try something new and different with Cam Newton, paraphrasing here. So I'm starting to think,
we're going to throw the ball and not run every down.
You know what it was? Everything was going to be a dink and a dunk. You were not going to throw the ball down the field unless you had no choice. And even then, they would prefer you throw it out of bounds because everything was a check down. Check down, check down, check down. Like the only passes you were able to complete were play action passes. It was just obvious that they were just, I guess the mantra as far as trying something new was don't turn it over.
Yeah.
Because that was the first game they haven't turned it over.
But he was very good. I thought he was very good.
I mean, but the issue I had, he was great. We talked about the first game of the season against the Miami Dolphins, and he was running the football, ran the football 15 times, so the first thing is that's not sustainable. It isn't sustainable. And then you look at last night's game, and you say, all right, he threw the ball very well. That formula is not sustainable. That is too easy.
You get the two teams on the schedule that you can actually do it against. Seattle, which you lost, and the Jets, which you won. The rest of the schedule, you look at it, teams are going to do what the Jets tried to do that last night, and that is force you to throw the football. Unfortunately, the Jets are not good enough to stop you from throwing the football. Right. All of these other teams on the schedule, I think, are. So it brings us back to he's the quarterback probably for the rest of the year. You're not going to swap him out. What the hell's happened to Jarrett Stidham? Is he that far out of favor right now? So this is Tommy Curran, and he gives you some information about Stidham.
From what I'm gathering, Drapes, training, Phil, the Patriots don't feel very good about Jarrett Stidham from really July on. The things that have gone on with him in terms of the absence of things that have gone on with him. No compete in terms of trying to win that job away from Cam Newton. And I think that is a big strike against him. And I think that's something that the Patriots, if you see him out there, would be tantamount to them saying, what are we going to do?
So you know what? When you look back at it, and you tell me, Christian, because Bill has been known to do this in the past, to have certain people on the roster to compete, and he was cheap, Cam Newton, fell in their lap, he's cheap. Worst case scenario, maybe what we do is this forces Jarrett Stidham to raise his compete level. And maybe he failed miserably at it. And so Cam Newton comes in here, based on what Tommy is saying back on July on, maybe he was intimidated. We all remember that first time he was asked a question about Cam Newton coming here, and what he said, and we all thought it was BS, right?
He is intimidated by him.
Absolutely.
He actually looks at me. It's like a hero. It's like he looks up to him. It's like a big brother mentality. I mean, you talk about he went to his school, went to Auburn, coached by the same guy he was coached by. Cam Newton would frequently go back to Auburn. He had lunch with Jarrett Stidham. He was in awe of him. Imagine when Cam Newton finally walks into the room or into the locker room and he sees him. He's probably like, "Oh my God, there's Cam. No, dude, you're on the same team.
Yeah,
oh my God, you're so awesome.
You're going to compete for a job in this league. You're a professional," and he was just intimidated by it.
Yeah.
So I almost feel like there was like, why bother? It's his job, and I was up to lose.
Yeah.
So if Stidham stood out and organized practices with your own team, then all right, maybe he didn't have any real practice, any real competition to shine. So he probably just said, you know what, I don't have a shot.
Yeah, but your persona's got everything to do with it. So if you're showing up every single day and you're in awe of this guy, and by the way, Cam's got his great personality. What did we hear from players in the first few days? Oh, the energy is great. Oh, what a personality. Okay, that can be overwhelming. But if you're the other quarterback fighting for the job, you can't sit back and let that overflow. You got to sit there and match it. You got to go there and screw you. You may be great. You might have won the MVP. You might have all this freaking energy and dancing and everything else. I'll show you who's the better quarterback.
Yes, I'd like a clam strip dinner. For pickup. Yep.
Anything else?
That's all.
Name and name?
Matt.
Matt?
Yep.
And a number, please.
860-428-2206.
You got it. We'll text you when that's ready.
Very good.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Completed.
I think they found out a lot about him mentally, which is stuff you don't know when you really draft a kid.
Exactly. So when we all look back at it, though, they were willing to go into the season with Stidham and Hoyer. We know that now because there was a good chance that Cam Newton was not going to drop on their lap. All they needed is one other team to show some interest and actually give a few more dollars than New England did, and he's gone.
See, just because they signed Cam Newton when they did doesn't lead me to believe that they were going into the season with Hoyer and Stidham. I don't believe that.
So what were they doing, do you think?
Well, I still think they would have eventually. I think they would have paid a little bit more. I think they would have, just sucked it up and just found somebody because those guys weren't the option. They weren't. I don't believe it for a second. I think they were working the phones, talking to other teams, working out some sort of trade. They were going to do something because you couldn't go in there with those two guys and a couple of undrafted free agent quarterbacks to the start of the season where you had no real significant opportunities to practice against other competition to really evaluate them.
Last week, Bill Belichick on this very program, Lou, I think you asked the question about Stidham, okay? And this is what he said about Jarrett Stidham.
Yeah, well, Jarrett's improved a lot from last year. He's a much better player than he was last year. And so I just want him to continue to track in that positive direction. And just see how it goes.
See how it goes. So you look at it, and Cam Newton, after last night's performance, there's no way they're going to move him out, okay? And I'm not sure that Stidham would do a better job against any of these teams. So they're still in the same position they were in before, guys. They don't have a quarterback for 2021.
No. They
don't have a backup for 2021.
After seeing the Jets defense and see how easy and how conservative and how just elementary that offensive game plan was last night, Stidham could have done that. Hoyer could have done that. I mean, there was nothing, really sophisticated about that offense.
I agree with you. Coaching won that game last night. There was no question. They had a better coaching staff, and they came up with a better game plan, figuring how they could beat another bad team. But where do they go from here? Because all that winning that game did last night is make it more difficult for them to go and find that next guy, correct?
Yeah.
But we're all assuming that are we going off the premise that the tanking is a real thing? So all they did by winning that game was put them in a crappier position than they were before the game.
Well, here's what they did. If you're going to get your quarterback out of the draft, Christian, I think what you did is, and you probably were already out of the Trevor Lawrence sweepstakes anyway, but it took you out of Lawrence, out of Justin Fields. And now you're down with a kid from North Dakota State, the BYU kid, Zach Wilson, and the Alabama kid, Mac Jones. What a kid in Florida.
Yeah, so there's other guys there.
Right.
So the question becomes, of the other 3 or 4 guys, maybe one of those you actually believe in.
Correct.
Only one of them. So you should be in a position to go get that guy. So yeah, you're right. I think that's all that win did, was it takes you farther and farther away from possibly finding that guy. Now, they might think the 4th quarterback is the best quarterback in the draft. They might actually look at whoever that 4th or 5th guy is and say, okay, we're at 10 or 11, we're good. We can still get we might be able to still get the guy, but that's so far away from knowing. So meanwhile, I think you should be putting yourself in position. And again, this whole I think Tommy Curran wrote a good article talking about the difference between tanking. He talks about the GM's role in it and the coach's role in it. But he actually said that last night was an example of not doing it. Well, no, the players and the coaching staff isn't. I still think the GM is.
Yeah,
I do, because I feel like there's too much mounting evidence that the GM absolutely did not put talent on this team. Did not spend on this team when money did open up, would rather not continue to spend money on this team because he'd rather roll it over in next year's team when he has a better chance of retooling it. I think they lost last night, even though they won.
Both your both your tight ends that you drafted are both on IR.
Yeah.
And Izzo was playing with an injury last night.
Well,
right? Groin pull or hamstring or something?
So you mentioned it because of all the players that you had, all the young players, Jennings, Uche, and Kyle Duggar. Those guys that combined 18 snaps.
4, 4, and 7.
18 snaps.
But
So
it's a team that's sort of, somewhat decimated. Again, you go to Duggar and Uche. First picks, second round that they had. Those guys haven't been playing. Anthony Jennings. Last night, they had a practice squad guy playing over both of them. But then you have Asiasi and Keene as your next 2 picks in the third round. They're both on IR. And, of course, we got Rottwasser, the kicker in the fifth round, which is still in the practice squad because Nick Folk is better than him.
He's your hero.
So I hate to say it, Nick Folk has been as dependable as anybody on that team this year.
He was my midseason MVP, offensive MVP. Now, and if you're N'Keal Harry, are you ever coming back? Are you ever coming back? Because now the new darling, the new sweetheart of the ball is Jacoby Myers.
I wouldn't get carried away.
He can't run routes. I know N'Keal Harry can't run routes.
Yeah.
If you talk about
you tell me, this guy Jacoby Myers, right? Undrafted, had a great career at NC State. N'Keal Harry got all the attention last year and even coming into this year. This guy is like second fiddle to everyone in camp. Like, it got to the point where towards the end of camp, I was wondering if Jacoby Myers was still on this football team because he was never even mentioned as a wide receiver on a team looking for wide receivers. So he's slow. So you think, okay, you have a tough time getting open in this level. How is he open all the time? Like, how is he catching 12 passes on 14 targets? How does he always catch the ball when he has a chance? Like, I don't understand why this guy, what took so long after watching wide receiver after wide receiver struggle for him to get in there and finally get an opportunity when he looks like the best one of all of them.
Well, wait a minute. Let me add one more, Christian. We went through this last year. He came out of preseason, with Stidham throwing to him, and they had a connection, and we were talking about Myers. Once the season began, Tom Brady forgot about Myers. He disappeared into his offense. He wouldn't throw the ball to him.
Yeah, but every time he did, he caught it.
Yeah.
Every single time he got in, he caught it.
He kind of had a Malcolm Mitchell look to him, right? Like, you just, for a while there.
What's happened here, Christian? What's the story?
Oh, geez. Well, I think now, by the process of attrition, let's do that. Let's
save it. All right, this hour, sponsored by Northeast Men's Health. Locations in Salem, New Hampshire, and Dedham, right next door to Legacy Place. Jacoby Myers, the real thing? Or is this just a complete mirage? We'll get to it in the final hour.
Hill Morning Show, 6 to 10.
Kim, knowing Bill as you've gotten to know Bill, is he a guy that you can ever imagine tanking the season because of a draft pick?
Hell no. What are we doing? You play to win the game. And I can't speak for nobody else. I only can speak for myself. And I just know that when I say we're close, we're extremely close.
The Greg Hill Morning Show on the WEEI Sports Radio Network.
The walls, the halls, we can help you do it all. Arch Painting.
Hi, it's Joe Giacalone, owner of Arch Painting, and we've just made it even easier to get your free painting estimate. Introducing the Arch Painting mobile app. No more calling contractors, leaving messages, trying to schedule an appointment, and wasting time waiting at home. The Arch Painting app lets you submit an estimate request on your time and without anyone going to your home. Just download the app, take a few pics, submit your project, and get your free estimate within 48 hours. So if you ever wondered how much it would cost to paint your home, download the brand new Arch Painting mobile app and give it a try. It's 100% free and super easy. Plus, you save a ton of time and hassle. So what are you waiting for? Someone to go to your house? No. Download our free app, take a few pics, and get a quote. It's that easy.
Arch Painting, your vision brought to life.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Michelle from the 99 Restaurants. Our new seasonal menu is here, and we're cooking up the hearty flavors you love. Our home-style chicken pot pie is back, freshly baked to order, simmered in gravy with veggies, and topped with a buttery, flaky crust. Or try our new tender braised short ribs with a robust red wine sauce. Your favorite flavors are here, so come on in and warm up with a great meal.
Always the real deal.
Movember. What an interesting way to look at man's health through the lens of a mustache. You can start off clean-shaven and then proceed to grow your mustache as a way to celebrate men actually talking about their health. Yeah, talking. When it comes to erectile dysfunction, talking is a great start. When you talk about it, you're one step closer to solving it. The next step, Metro Men's Health. Call us today and schedule your free evaluation. And let's talk about your ED and how you, like thousands of men, can achieve consistent, longer-lasting results with the new patent-pending technology called Linear Piezo Energy Protocol, allowing us to create treatment plans specifically to you. So this Movember, grow your mustache for men's health, and then let Metro Men's Health help you grow your relationship. Mention mustache and get your evaluation free, $150 value. Call Metro Men's Health and schedule your free evaluation at 401-214-9900, 401-214-9900, or metromenshealth.com.
As cold weather moves in, time to leave our summer deck behind and head inside. Liberty Cedar is there, ready to update those living areas with the timeless beauty and durability of top quality wood products. Warm your home with Liberty Cedar's custom wood flooring, paneling, and moldings. Part of the New England community, Liberty Cedar sales team has provided excellent service for 30 years. Visit libertycedar.com today to learn more and request a quote. That's libertycedar.com. Celebrate the beauty of wood every day with Liberty Cedar.
Did you know that in 1965, a corned beef sandwich almost derailed the space program? Learn about how and why in Heston's Dinner in Space on Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, the world's most fascinating people, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com.
It's no crime to love true crime. In fact, you're not alone with your fascination for murder and mayhem. That's why the Radio.com app has a wide range of true crime at your fingertips, like the popular podcasts Up and Vanished, The Clearing, Most Notorious, Southern Fried True Crime, and so much more. All available 24/7 and all just a click away. When it comes to true crime, Radio.com has it locked up. Radio.com on your desktop or download the free app now.
If your car won't start, it might be a battery issue. Visit AutoZone for free battery testing, free battery charging, and a huge selection of car batteries starting at $79.99. It's just part of what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Advance is helping you get your engine ready for the road this holiday season with the right oil, the right filter, at the right price every day. Get 5 quarts of full synthetic Mobil 1, Valvoline, Castrol Edge, or Pennzoil Platinum with the Mobil 1 oil filter for just $33.99.
It's to her home and is about to change her phone number when I finally reach her.
Because my name was, address was published and my phone number was published. So there's the whole hate fest with people texting me and calling me and also basically threatening me. And so it's impossible to use the phone now. I will have a different number just a couple of hours.
She says Poland's national prosecutor is also after her, and the protest movement she's leading is no longer about abortion. It's about the government stepping down.
Because this is the classical situation when you can see why judiciary independence is important, and why the rule of law is important, and why we've been betrayed by international institutions that did not react enough to the rule of law being collapsing in Poland for so many years.
She says a judiciary that's been corrupted by the ruling party is being used as a tool to bring down basic human rights. And she thinks it's just the beginning. Rob Schmitz, NPR News, Berlin.
These are my 38.
This is NPR News.
So
Support for NPR comes from this station and from Little Passports, offering activity kits to keep kids engaged and expand their minds. They'll explore France and Brazil and build a volcano and submarine from their kitchen table. LittlePassports.com. From Atlassian, makers of collaboration software like Jira and Trello. 83% of Fortune 500 companies use Atlassian to help teams stay agile, aligned, and connected. Learn more at Atlassian.com. And from Indeed, committed to helping businesses find candidates with the right skills for critical roles, so managers can focus on hiring the person who's a good fit. Learn more at Indeed.com/credit.
I'm Reverend Irene Monroe.
And I'm Reverend Emmett Price.
You know us as the Revs when we're on with Jim and Marjorie.
And now you can hear us whenever you want on the All Revved Up podcast.
Download it today.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Support for our programs comes from you and the Mass General Cancer Center. The science of cancer is moving at an amazing pace. Every day in labs and in clinics, tomorrow's therapies are being used today. Learn more at massgeneral.org/cancer. And Legal Seafoods, now shipping lobster, shrimp, clam chowder, and more for the holidays, from dock to door. Learn more at legalseafoods.com. If it isn't fresh, it isn't legal.
Trusted, local news. This is 89.7 WGBH, WGBH HD1 Boston, online at WGBHnews.org. Boston's local NPR. Mitch McConnell says challenging the integrity of our democracy with false and baseless claims of widespread voter fraud is nothing to get fussed about.
Suffice it to say, a few legal inquiries from the president do not exactly spell the end of a republic.
This is GBH's All Things Considered. With Audie Cornish and Mary Louise Kelly, I'm Arun Roth. Only a few GOP senators have acknowledged President-elect Biden's victory so far. The rest are keeping quiet or rallying around the lame duck. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said today he's making plans for a second Trump administration. Meanwhile, surprising questions from conservative justices indicate the Supreme Court may leave the bulk of the Affordable Care Act intact. And Joe Biden said on the campaign trail that he was for reforming policing but not defunding it. We'll look into what federal actions on law enforcement might take under President Biden. All that and a lot more coming up after this latest news.
Live from NPR News, I'm Jack Spear. President-elect Joe Biden delivered a speech today reiterating his campaign promise to protect and build upon the Affordable Care Act. NPR's Windsor Johnston reports Biden's remarks come as the U.S. Supreme Court is hearing a case brought by Republican-led states and the Trump administration seeking to dismantle the Obama-era law.
Biden says the argument before the Supreme Court will determine whether the health care coverage of more than 20 million Americans